Okay. Bam. Oops, wrong one. Okay, there we go. Hello and welcome. Now, if only this frickin' opened, come on. Oh, come on. Fucking quit it. Son of a bitch. What a great start. Pause. Okay. Come on, come on. Okay, let's try again. Come on, come on, come on, come on. It's still a black screen for you guys, but... Come on. Okay, it should be starting any minute now. There we go. Nice. Do 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 do. It's too hot, too hot, too hot, baby. Gotta look up the lyrics. Too hot. Come on, Florix. Too hot, too hot. Okay. Gonna have to listen to it. I have no idea. Okay. What? Only that much? Really? Wow. Login rewards. Huh. Okay. What's this? Okay, anyway, close that. Nice. Okay, let's move on. So, last time we were here, on this fall planet, autumn style. Okay, gotta go there. We haven't unlocked this one. Outpost Skyline, I assume there's gonna be a taxi. There is a taxi. Okay. So, I'm level 48. Combat style. let's go. Huh, why didn't I discover the new area? Guess I gotta go on foot. I love it when my pet is like trailing behind, trying to keep up, like teleporting and shit. It's too hot, baby. Okay, not too far. Too hot, it really is too hot. Might even be like freaking 40 degrees Celsius, of course. Obviously. Escape the bounty hunter's coordinates. Oh, okay, there it is. Oh shit, it's the guy. No.
I detect a holo recorder on the body. Your friend is not here.
Oh.
Hello, Agent. If you're hearing this, you must have found my messenger. I said I wanted to meet you. Still do. But privacy is in both our interests. The Voss commandos deploy scanning posts out here. Decommission them, and I'll send you final instructions.
Okay. Is it that guy? The guy that I talked to? Who knows? Can't doubt it, but who knows? Disable the first Voss scanner. And poke.
What a better target. And the mystery was directly
Yes.
They can defeat me.
The old chat shenanigans. It's too. Oops. Like you can click through these things.
No recordings this time. I finally get to see your face. Congratulations on disabling those scanners, sending coordinates to our meet.
I want proof that Bastan is alive and unharmed.
Hold on. They have an old commando outpost. They will be waiting.
What the fuck? That was slightly funny. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I have to go on foot. Well, semi on foot. I'm not sure what this extension on the XP means, like the translucent part of the green area. Imperial Agent phase.
Team Alpha down. He is tough.
Nagi Chadapa.
Yes, sir.
Putula Musta. Wobrani Tampio. Do Pushi Wampa.
I've crossed the cartel on 3 planets. You expect me to tell one hut from another?
Gadwachine Oiga. Anulio Okba Kisa Spita Perupa. Nabiska Kurbalia Biti Bodenya. Pomicha Kulka Dumaji Taus Azalas Uval.
Yeah, I literally don't care about this. Like, just fuck and attack.
And if I skip the speech and just start shooting?
Yes.
Ow!
Fuck yeah. No! Oh. So my action got him killed. Or at least incapacitated.
The target has been obliterated.
Nice.
They can defeat me.
The boss is out. Job's over. Get off world.
Fuck you. Yes. Beautiful.
Kavadompa Stupa. Makinsalika. Kapatonka.
Ooh. Kill him.
You should
Fuck
have
yeah.
tempered your ambitions, found yourself a casino
Fuck
on
you.
Nar Shaddaa.
Slime. Ha.
Now you leave me no choice.
Beautiful. He was just too ugly.
Someone really wants you dead to go digging up your past. Trying to keep you from the Shining Man.
Sucks for him, though.
Your wounds are fatal. How does that make you feel?
I'm not making it home. But at least I'll die an Imperial instead of a blasted alien.
Hold on. I'll find you a med pack and a speeder to Voskar.
I bleed human blood. You'd just blow my cover, and I'd die anyway. I was studying the Nightmare Lands when I was captured. The Chamber of Ashes. It's where the Shining Man supposedly found his scroll of prophecy. The only maps... Oh, the only maps of the Nightmare Lands are locked in the Capitol building. Carvings, tapestries. You'll never find your way without them.
If there's anything I can do, just name it.
Make the last 5 years matter. My Voss family. They'll get you inside. Get you to the maps. Never thought I'd die here.
I have no idea if he dies like either way, or if my action caused it, but well, we shall never know. Fuck that guy though. I spit on you. Wait a minute, maybe I can do that. Spit. Haha, yes. He even does the animation. Ah, beautiful. Ah, fuck, I forgot about these guys.
Require better targets.
Okay. So the sniper can kind of roll forward. I wonder if I'll have like any besides the TP. Because I completely forgot the abilities back when I played first time. Okay, no need for stealth. Where do we go? Oh, the tea house, okay. Big ass temple.
Perhaps it is destined.
The mystics haven't spoken.
Not to us. We may hope.
Outsider, where is my brother?
Yeah, let's tell the truth.
I did everything I could, but I was too late. He died thinking of his family. He was also helping me with something. With his dying breath, he told me to go to you.
You were Baston's friend. This is time to mourn.
You would see the Nightmare Lands. Baston asked about the sacred carvings. The carvings are protected heritage. Only a Voss may study them.
Just give me directions. Guards won't stop me.
You would violate every tradition.
Baston prized your friendship. We must honor that. Only Voss see the carvings. You must be Voss. Become one of our family.
What?
What does joining your family entail?
Yanaton, are you willing?
I am. Baston was to choose my husband. He never did. Join our family in marriage.
Whoa. Whoa, wait a minute.
I knew there was something special between us.
It isn't real.
We mourn later.
Doesn't feel.
Make preparations. Go to the sacred flame in the city. You will be married today. You will see the carvings of Nightmare Lands. Baston's wishes fulfilled.
It's crazy because Baston was like a double agent, and they have no idea. Baston. Bastard. So all in all, when it comes to speeder speed, fucking sucks. I have to spend 1,800,000 to max it out. Shit. Okay, let's get married, apparently. And yes, I bring my
bond you create
floating
saps
stick.
your strength as an individual.
Why is she
A
invisible?
veil is for women when a family member is lost. What we do defies custom. No veil is right.
Whatever it is we're doing, I wouldn't want anyone else.
You
This
literally
scroll
met her.
contains our oaths. Read, and I will begin. You who have no family, come to join the family of Neotun, who birthed Zetun under the prophecy of 10,000 seeds. You come to bind yourself to a daughter of Baston. We are children. Will you become Voss with me?
The clock's ticking.
I've always wanted to be an alien.
Will you embrace the traditions of our people? Will you walk with the Voss to our destiny?
Here's where I ask if you pledge yourself to me.
It is. I will. Walk with me before the flame.
He's like, eh.
So long as prophecy allows, we are one. Only the word of a mystic will break our bond. The ritual is over, except for the rite of ardor. We don't need to participate.
Right, Ardor, we don't need to participate. Let's move on.
When
then.
do I get to see the carvings?
Our family is gathering. They will walk us to the carvings of the Nightmare Lands. No one will deny us. Tomorrow morning, you will journey into darkness. We will find the path now.
Cipher 9 to ship. The Voss have shown me their sacred carvings and informed me that a Sith, Murbeck Gen, can provide safe passage into the Nightmare Lands. All evidence indicates our conspirator came from there. I mean to seek out the Shining Man's base of operations and learn the conspiracy's connection to this world.
Okay. Locate the Chamber of Ashes. Oh shit. It's a long travel. It's
Welcome. Please select an available travel route. Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Chamber of Ashes. The Nightmare Lands. Oh shit, okay. Noise. Okay, well at least I unlocked that. Stims vendor. Okay. Oh, likewise. Which one first? Is that a guildie? Shay or something. Apparently not. It's too hot. Too hot. Obliterated.
They can defeat me. I require a better target. I require better targets.
What? No. Got stuck. Damn it. Good. It's too
I require better targets.
Defeat Charlaka. Nah, got it.
Always believe they can
Okay.
defeat me. I require better targets. Scorpio sanctions activated. The target has been obliterated.
Okay, that was some weird noise. But it's outside of my voice. Just looting some rounds. Or 2k. Nice.
Believe they can defeat me.
It's too.
Target has been obliterated.
Why the hell is he up there? I have no idea. Silly fucking Sith.
They can defeat me.
Weekly cap for reputation. What? That's crazy. Oh, that's my cousin. Crazy talk. Simpson meme.
Acquire better targets. Target has been obliterated.
Okay. I don't know, can't make up my mind. And why the hell can't I go in here? There we go. That's crazy.
Acquire better targets. Those believe they can defeat me.
Okay, better remember to loot him.
Believe they can defeat me.
Loot them all. Okay.
Fools always believe they can defeat me.
Okay.
I require better targets. Target has been obliterated.
Okay. Okay. Nice.
Always believe they can defeat me.
Nice.
Survive.
Nice.
I require better targets. Target has been obliterated.
Shit, I forgot to pick up. God damn, so noisy.
Mystery might be I require better targets. Target has been obliterated.
Yeah, come on.
that can defeat me.
Shit, did she say something? Fuck. Yeah, probably not. Defeat the boss.
Annihilating enemies. Target has been obliterated. I require better targets. That can defeat me. The target has been obliterated.
Obliterated. Ah, she's gonna do faster. Okay. Defeat the boss. For being like a direct damage kind of setup, I'm using a lot of poisons.
I require better targets. That can defeat me.
$49, very nice. I was completely like into it. Okay, so 49. Wow, one level away from, well, the OG max level, but it's actually 30 more levels, which is nice. But I wonder how the level grind is gonna be.
defeat me. I require better targets.
I love the fact that at some point after my like shiv is gonna be a poison attack as well. That would make a lot of sense.
The garden has been obliterated. Better targets.
Ah, shit. Shit. I got a little distracted, oops.
Target has been obliterated. Fools always believe they can defeat me.
So passive on my evade ability. Ah. Nice. Love seeing their HP pool melt.
Target has been obliterated.
Indeed it has. Nice.
Defeat me.
Okay. Be ejected in 30 seconds. Where am I supposed to go? Shit. Oh. Ooh, 2,000. What? Damn. Okay. Oh, 100k. Okay, cool. Okay. Good. Good. Light Datachron. What? Huh, interesting. Nice. Corellian.
Survive.
Okay, open up the boxes, then put stuff on. Sell old stuff. Guess that's it. Okay, nice. Where's a vendor?
Do you require medical attention?
Of course. And sell all this shit. Okay. Rather take the 5k credits. Okay.
Be well.
Very cool. Let's see if there's something we can get. Oh, okay. We can get the class mission XP buff to the end. Well, we can almost get both. We're pretty close. Wow. Guess I'll get those later. I mean, so far it's pretty tough. I guess the smartest thing would be to like increase my XP gain as much as I can. Too bad I can't have HK with me. Perk to unlock HK. Yeah. Yeah. 1,000,000 fucking crits. So 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. So ultimately, it's 30% boost. Okay. Nice. Well, it's the only thing I can get right now. So 20k more to unlock that one. So get a 30 boost from that as well. Okay, excellent. Excelente. Okay. Oh shit. Don't die. Okay, nice. Nice. Believe it, something out to me. Do you believe? Backdoor intruder. I just realized. Oh my god. Beautiful. Beautiful. Why does every cave entrance have like a green tint? Is it green on the inside? Ah, kinda. Twisted Boss. Ah shit, whoops, wrong one. Ancient Terror Droid. Terror. Creepy. Damaged time-worn Guardian. Fly! Can I mount? Nope. Maybe that guy had a point. Maybe I should do this. So I'll lose that ability. Wait, yeah, I'll lose that ability. But I'll be a little bit faster when I... Okay, but I have space for another ability. So let's see. Maybe... Huh, it's hard to decide. It's hard to decide. Maybe that one. I don't know. Okay, so 45 seconds. So every 45 seconds I can have a little speed boost. Okay. Did it say it does not break itself? Okay, it doesn't break stealth by default. So every time I press V, I can have a little speed boost. Okay, that's very nice for me. So when the rocket boost runs out... Nice. Wait a minute, just want to check. So... While evasion is active. Okay, so as long as evasion is active... The longer it's active, I can run faster. Longer. Energy illustration. Just want to see if there's anything else that I can pick. This resets the cooldown. Oh, it's an instant ability. Tactic. Gain a tactical advantage. Oh, okay, so that one gains. What else? What else gives me tactical advantage? Shiv, I guess? Oh. No, okay. Anyway. We'll read those later.
System errors detected. Hardware errors detected. Activating defense systems.
A life form is approaching. The ship calls to it.
You come for the Shining Man. Come for his machine that fell from the stars. He camped here 3 moons, studying ancient ways, writing Voss scrolls, writing Voss prophecies in blood and ink.
What's your name?
Who the fuck is that?
How do you know about the Shining Man?
Zanar, outcast. I saw him come. Look.
Okay.
I hold the memory of this star machine in my hand. The Shining Man corrupted it before he left. Would have burned it. I saved it.
Your technique with computer systems is admirable.
Now we bargain for his records.
Let's see. Oops. This is
Lives are at stake, and the Shining Man's data is nothing to toy with.
Stupid. The Shining Man arrives, walks in my land, steals my treasures. He makes me angry. Then I watch Shining Man shed skin and become Voss. This is a great feat. He leaves for Voss Shrine. I study his ways to learn his powers. You will take me to him, so I can learn more.
I'm sorry, but he's buried below Voskar. I found his ashes.
You lie! You are strong!
You lie!
You die!
The fuck? Okay. Shit. Ah.
Those believe they can defeat me.
Okay. Oh no, you don't. Nice. How about this here? Okay. Wait a minute. K for combat. Yeah, okay. K for combat, oops. Nope. Okay.
I stopped his last wish before. Now I put it back.
Final message. The Nightmare Lands have begun to seriously affect my mind. I do not recommend sending initiates here. Let them train to resist the Force somewhere else. Leaving for the shrine tonight. The prophecy is ready. The Voss believe in martyrs, and I'll play this role to the end. Give Hunter my love. Transmit. Activate destruct sequence.
I stopped it last time. This time we all burn.
Dying here is pointless. Hand over the data and come with me.
Okay, he dies anyway. Yeah, take the data.
The ship is built for atomic annihilation. My core systems may survive, but you will not.
Okay. Meanwhile, I run the fuck out of it. Okay, explodes, okay. Who's a personal holocron?
Son of my family, forgive this demand. The interpreters of prophecy contacted. They wish to give a message.
Family is always trouble.
You've piqued my curiosity.
The interpreters have been watching you in the Nightmare Lands. They say the Chamber of Ashes was set ablaze. They say a prophecy speaks of this. Of you. You will meet the three. Those who govern Voss.
I'm in a bit of a hurry to get off world. Maybe it can wait.
You would be an honored guest. But I can say nothing to convince you. The three await you in the capital. I am proud of you, my kin.
Okay. Report to 3. It's weird. Okay. Oscar Cantina. Oscar. If this was Guild Wars 2, I would just jump over those rocks, but I cannot. Do it like this, though. Speed boost. Nice. Very, very helpful actually. I traded in for like a stun, but it's fine.
You summoned me.
You walk among Voss. You are not Voss. You share tea with low-born families and mystics. Your arrival burned the Chamber of Ashes. A prophecy speaks of these things.
The one prophesied must be brought before the three, given attention and honest aid.
Do you believe in
Honest
prophecy,
aid?
outsider?
I'm not a Sith or a Jedi, and I'm certainly not Voss. It's not my place to say.
Interpretation is a delicate art.
The prophecy that fits you fit the Shining Man. Perhaps both were prophesied. Perhaps one is false. We aid you as we aided him. If one is false, this meeting ensures destiny.
The Shining Man wanted to fool you. He counted on your belief in prophecy.
His intentions change nothing. The Shining Man told us the secrets of your galaxy. He proposed we make no alliance with outsiders for 3,000 days. In return, he promised the Gormak will be eliminated.
He promised our world will be free from outsiders. No new ships will enter our system.
He promised the Republic and the Empire will cease to exist.
Cool, I'm glad that
We promised the
put
Shining
like
Man to ally with none.
focus on the cutscenes. Like their heads blur out when she speaks, and that's nice.
All this time we've been trying to win you over. And you were allied with the conspirators.
For 3,000 days, we were offered much for little. If the Shining Man's masters are prophesied to succeed, your insight changes nothing. If you are prophesied to succeed, our part is finished. You may go. Act as you wish.
You owe me more than that. I fulfilled your prophecy. I want your help.
What do you wish?
Help Eston's family, consider Imperial lands. I want resources for myself. Ooh. Let's see what happens.
Whatever you can give me. Weapons, supplies, credits.
Yes.
It will be arranged. Your time on Voss is over. Your battle is elsewhere.
In the shrine you were healed. In Voskar you found family.
Maybe I'll reach evil level 5. Who
You
knows?
came to us broken and leave remade. A mystic asked that I speak those words and give you this. Remember our people.
And then I throw knives at him. Oops. Okay, use your ship's hollow terminal. Yeah, pretty much done in this map. Was a cool thing I could do those weeklies again. I mean, the heroics. Use your ship's hollow terminal.
This is Cypher 9 to headquarters. Stand by for a full report and data upload.
Receiving data, Cypher 9. I'll send it for processing right away, but you'll have to save the report. We need you back at headquarters immediately. Orders from above.
Okay. Let's see. 1 second. More bad news.
Disaster is in store this time.
I'm sorry. I can't give more details. Watcher 3 out.
We've never seen him act like that.
I'm sure he's merely distracted. Shall we head home?
Ooh, nice. XP boost. Yes. Okay, we're very close to level 50. Go to Imperial Intelligence Headquarters. Nice, so when you're on the ship... Cool. Nice. What say?
Your vital functions improve.
Okay.
Well, this is entirely out of hand. No, don't touch that!
No. Don't touch that. Ah. Why not? Let's do this. I guess. Scanning the monkey lizard, that's funny. Monkey lizard. Nah. Silly monkey lizard.
Warrior sanctions activated.
The target has been obliterated.
Monkey lizard. Monkey lover. Repair damaged equipment. Okay, where? Oh, there. Huh. Just place these, please. There. Monkey lover. Freaking 45-second cooldown. I wish evasion would have a lower cooldown. Or wish that I had a different speed boost. Guess that's it.
Stars, help us! Where did it get that relic?
Your vital functions improve.
Rest assured, whoever signed off on that manifest will be reprimanded thoroughly.
Okay, enough shenanigans. Where the hell can
Sheldon's alive!
Oh, I have one mail.
Keep
Okay.
those beasts out of the spaceport!
Ah, okay.
They almost got in that time. The Empire thanks you for your service.
Whee! Ha! Okay. Ooh, look at that.
Charged particle traces suggest recent weapons discharge.
Failure and disobedience are one and the same.
My lord, I tried.
In the Sith tongue, both translate as treason. That is the wisdom of the ancients.
It's okay. Let
Put
him go
Watcher
now.
3 down.
The Cypher Agent. You defeated the traitor Jadis and the fools in the SIS. My masters acknowledge your service. But you serve intelligence no longer. By order of the Dark Council, Operations Division is dissolved. Personnel will be reassigned to wartime units or to deserving Sith Lords.
No.
Don't be stupid. Without intelligence, our enemies gain the advantage.
You are valuable, yet your life is still worth less than a drop of Sith blood.
There.
The war does not go well, whatever the official word. The Ministry of War must have resources, and intelligence fails to do its part. We hear rumors of corruption and treason. Agents wasted chasing conspiracies. A brain-dead keeper. Time to butcher the beast for its meat.
You don't even realize you're being manipulated, or the damage you'll do.
I will teach you respect.
Ship secure, my lord. We found the alien outside a cantina.
Oh, great.
I was on a break. What's the deal?
Intelligence may overlook her past, but she is an anarchist and an enemy of the Empire. She will be interrogated and judged.
I will kill you. You get that? I will kill you!
They can't hold you. You're too good for that. Wait for an opportunity.
Yes.
These people are dead, and when I'm through with them, you and me are gonna finish this! I swear!
The rest of your team can remain intact. As for you, by special request of the Minister of Intelligence, you are being transferred to my brigade on the Corellian front lines.
Great.
Together, we will drown the Republic in blood.
I'm so sorry, sir.
You will know your assignments. Get moving.
Whoop. Huh. He's gone. Return to your ship. Okay. Use your ship's hotel.
I applied a fresh coat of paint.
Begin message. I warned you what would happen, but you couldn't stay away from Voss. You had to make waves. Kill our special Gormak friend. Now the votes are in, and you see the consequences of drawing their attention. The gift is for you. I can't protect you anymore.
Who'd have thought the Star Cabal was so sentimental? Maybe if intelligence had nurtured our agents more, we'd still be around.
We'll talk to our contacts in the diplomatic service. We'll talk to the Nest. We'll talk to House Thol. We'll find support.
Frankly, it's hard to imagine intelligence being gone.
We're not finished.
We may have lost operations, but we know more about the Star Cabal than anyone. They're scared.
They acknowledge our existence. Believe me, I want them exterminated too, but let's not overstate our position.
I thought you were the optimistic one.
Then we really need to spend more time together.
He shows his bitterness. It will become a tactical vulnerability.
What I'd like to know is, what's your plan now?
Someone wants us on the front lines of Corellia, likely as a trap. I intend to find out why and follow the answer to our enemy.
Onward then, into the maw of the dragon. You have my full support.
Let's hope the Force favors the bold.
Okay. Nice. Very close to level 50. I have 51k. Yeah, okay, sure, that's gonna be...
Corellia Control to unregistered vessel. Hold for Captain Trage.
Another ex-intelligence agent, eh?
Welcome to the military. According to your transfer forms, you've been assigned the rank of lieutenant and placed in Lord Razor's brigade.
The transfer's
back to intelligence within the month.
I wouldn't know. In the meantime, you will learn discipline and take your duties seriously. Now report to the war room. Operations begin immediately.
Not an auspicious beginning, is it?
Yep. Isolating the isolationists. Or to Lord Razor's war room. Okay.
You will live.
Interesting. Confused Santa is raiding with a party of 4. Ah, hello. Welcome, Confused Santa, and the party of 4. Welcome, welcome. Very nice. Hope you're doing good, and I hope you're shaking that sweet Santa ass. Yes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Shake ass. Shake ass. Okay. This way. I was feeling like poopy pants, so I sent them here while I go take a nap. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very cool. Well, I mean, if anybody who joined, you know, wants to chill out, that's nice. If you have anything more important to do, you can do that. But yeah, I am very much open to chat, open to hanging out, you know, talking, whatever it may be. But yeah, have a good nap, man. Appreciate it. I mean, you would appreciate it. I actually thought about taking a nap myself, not now, but like earlier before I started, but eh.
But how did he survive the Sith Academy?
Standards fall during wartime. Korriban will return to the old ways soon enough.
Soon enough.
You must be our intelligence transfer. Lord Razor's waiting on Hollow.
Huh. Interesting. No flirting. That's weird. Don't like
it sounds like our Dark Lord doesn't meet your standards.
Sometimes we hear things out of context.
Okay.
Ready to continue, my lord?
My squadrons, prepare to launch. Listen well, my new operative, for I will repeat nothing. Corellia is a founding planet of the Republic. It shall be our first conquest as we march to victory through the core worlds. But its population fears us. The Republic army resists us. Their doom is our purpose here.
Under Lord Razor's command, we've been conducting a bombing campaign for the past 6 weeks. He's brought us here to coordinate a final airstrike against Aegis Base, the Republic Army's headquarters for this sector.
Okay. Airstrikes are my thing.
Pilot who brought in the wrong man.
How terribly insightful.
Oh, might as well ask this.
Lechara is handling
in
the
guild
attack
chat.
squadrons.
Phase 1 is the elimination of the outer ring of base defenses, shield generators, bunkers, fuel depots. They're hidden from the air and jam all our sensors, so our bombers can't spot them. Your assignment is to slip past the Republic Army battalions and designate high-value bomber targets. You aim the gun, our pilots pull the trigger.
What will you be doing?
While I'm in the field, what about you?
Major Sanos and Captain
so weird.
Vetcherar will coordinate the flyers. I'll be diverting any Republic reinforcements.
You will be glorious. One master of stealth will cause more devastation than 100 troops.
Then, Phase 2. With its outer defenses destroyed, Aegis Base itself will be temporarily exposed. Our flyers will continue the engagement, and our war droids will cut off Republic Special Forces. But that's all a distraction. You will infiltrate Aegis Base carrying a portable Baradium warhead. Planted correctly, it will incinerate anyone and anything inside.
That sounds like suicide.
It'll incinerate the base and me with it.
You will have enough time to escape the blast. If you fail, you die for the glory of the Empire.
You'll be patched into our channels to keep you apprised as the assault proceeds.
Go now and arm yourself. The fighters have already launched, and Republic blood rains from the skies. Now, Major Nadeka, what of your war drones?
The floating stick, yes. Oh my god. For some reason, this companion, Scorpio, is bugging out in cutscenes, so like, in some of them,
to all forces. Today
still,
you will burn this sector to bone.
It's kind of funny.
And I will anoint you with my blood. You will be my legion of terror. Die, and I will climb your corpses to victory. Bomber squadrons, launch! Victory for Razor! Victory for Razor!
Undiscovered, okay. Discovered now? Nope. Nope. How do I get in there? This way? Yep. Yep. There it is. Okay, discovered that. Nice. We go forward. Oh, we have to take a left. Okay. Ah, shit! I could have just like TP'd there. Oh well. There we go. Nice. Just forward drive. Okay. I hope this is the right way. Slicing? Yep. Just now, your slicing is now 370. Oh, yeah. Speaking of. So interesting, we're one companion short. That's interesting.
Let's see what I've learned.
Okay, send the boys. Send the boys and girl to do some tasks.
Wow, but I can manage.
3 of them, I guess. One more.
I will
Yep, there we
perform
go.
according to your exacting specifications, Master.
I want to max out slicing, so well, hopefully we'll get some good rewards for this month. Ah. So that's the first interesting. So nobody in the game chat responding to the heroics call. Huh. Oh shit. Whoa, that was close. Jeez. Okay, fuel tank. Did he just put it in his pocket? What the...
This is Final Leader. Target destroyed.
Seems our intelligence transfer isn't all talk after all.
Cypher 9, can you read me? Cypher 9.
Stay in formation, boys. We're just getting started.
Play.
Okay.
Stabby.
Targets.
Okay. Second, sorry. God damn. Oh, come on. Come on. Where is it? Where is Padme? Jesus. Okay, anyway. Trying to figure something out. I do not know. Come on. Figure it out later. Enough time wasting. Is that an enemy? Oh shit. Wow, didn't even see the name tag. Where am I supposed to go? Board that thing? Mark the Republic bunker. Right? Yes. Yes. Love flying by them. Zabanka. Where is he keeping Where does he stash that device? Oh, look at her.
Gillitful, you're losing engine power. Return to base.
There's another one down. Republic reinforcements coming through. We've heard their pride. Let's...
Oops, take that a step further. Ah, shit. Shit. Ah.
I require better targets.
Okay. Up there. Nice. I think it's up here. How the hell do we get there? What? But it's closed. How the hell? Yes. Oh. Oh my god! I didn't even need to. I had no idea. I thought you had to get close.
Cypher, I don't know.
Shit. Well,
but I'm attempting.
dumbass.
Everyone's down. Stay out of range of Aegis base.
I don't know how I didn't see that, but.
Soon they will burn. They will all burn.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay.
Results are much better than they appear. You'll see.
Oh. Okay. Poison gas.
I require better targets.
Just throwing these everywhere.
Target
Nice.
has been obliterated.
Okay. Getting closer. Losing creds though. Wait a minute, did I buy all of the... No, I didn't. Okay, so I need 50k. I'll actually save the creds. Save the creds, buy that thing. Buy that XP boost. Okay, so now I know. Now I know that I need to mark it from afar. I actually need to get close. Defeat Republic commandos, 30 of them, huh? Let's do that first. Kind of missed a stun. Pretty useful, but I don't know. I'll see what I use more often. Either the speed boost or the stun. Right now, I don't have any stuns, right? Yeah, right now I basically don't even have any stuns.
I require better targets.
Okay. It's right in front of me. Okay. Out of range. Okay. Let's see the range. Get closer, Anakin. I have good news. There we go. Come on. Do it.
I need those targets acquired faster. We're dying up here.
We only have one operative on the ground. Any more and they get caught in the kill zone.
Inox 6 gone. Kill it 3 gone. Missiles locked and away.
Metal screams like a windstorm. Bones fall like hail. Yet the Republic suffers more.
I've ID'd the targets. How will you proceed?
Phase 2 begins now. The shields over Aegis Base are down, and Major Nadeka has sent the signal to arm your warhead. Deliver it to the very center of the base. Make haste.
I'll notify the security codes. I'm not their enemy.
Who the hell was that? Still gotta kill the commandos. We're very close to level 50. But I'm more interested in level 51. But we shall see.
Always believe they can defeat me. The target has been obliterated. I require better targets.
Okay. So, halfway there.
Obliterated. Humans always believe they can defeat me. I require better targets. The target has been obliterated.
Nice.
Believe they can defeat me.
But wait a minute, 10 more.
I require better targets.
Nice. 8 more. Okay.
Administering microdroid repairs.
Nice, okay, lots of little mobs.
I require better targets.
Yeah, it's a very smart thing to do actually, to like leave stealth by using that backstab thing. Either backstab or shiv.
I require better targets.
I don't know, I kind of miss that ability. Shit. I really miss the stun. So this is good. Oh, I missed the stun, yeah, I can put the poison on something else. No? Yeah, that's kind of the priority. Having a stun is very useful. Like, it's kind of tough without it. Except if I get more stuns later. Let's see. Movement speed. Okay. Activating cloaking screen increases movement speed by 50% for 6 seconds. That's good. Okay. Okay, more poison. Suspicion. Okay, nice. Granting attack. So, a third ability that makes me like stabby stabby. Second evasion. So that can be comboed with that. I hope the speed is cumulative. Like, if I select this, it's gonna be 100% plus this 50% plus, you know. Bang. Hollow Traverse is gonna be really fun. Huh. The only shit thing is the cooldown, but Cloaks members. 50-second like mass stealth. Agent blow returning. Nice, so evasion can be pretty powerful. So stealth accidentally strike a knock down target. Okay. Every time you get attacked, evasion is reduced by 3 seconds. This effect cannot occur more than every... That's pretty interesting. I don't know. I don't know. Stuns really help for fights, but I don't know. Evasion's gonna be pretty powerful. I'll keep it like this for now, and then I'll think about it more later. Defeat Republic commandos. Where are they?
The world has been obliterated.
Level 50, hell yeah. Nice. Okay, there's one, the last one. Ah, shit. Wait a minute, I'm still curious. I don't know. Pretty curious to see how that's gonna work out. So if I don't have a stun... All passives at 51. I don't know, it's a tough choice. Okay, so this will be a stun. Oh, replace the shiv. I completely forgot about that. So, shiv, cooldown 5, 15, 4 meters. So it's basically a stronger. Huh. Okay. I don't know. Okay. It's harder when you have many options. Both are really valid, but I don't know.
Respond. Adjust frequency to match.
You keep trying to contact me. Who is this?
I'm a friend. The invisible enemy is still out there. We still need you to stop them.
Sorry, but
if you're my friend, give me your name.
They monitor all channels. Even this call is a risk. But listen to me. Aegis Base maintains a secure link up to Republic headquarters on Corellia. Go to the terminal and give me access. We need data on Republic troop reinforcements.
I don't trust you.
Why should I give you that kind of access?
You can watch everything I do and pull the plug at any time. You can even give the data to Lord Razor. Be careful, Cypher. I'll be watching.
Second. Wait a minute. One second, sorry. Okay. Okay, almost there. Is that it? Okay. There we go. Okay. Download the information. Oopsie. Nice.
I found the link up to Republic headquarters. Connecting now.
42 seconds until intercept. Slicing files. Here.
This is Supreme Commander Rands to Corellia Command. I hope General Garza has arrived safely. She spearheads one of 2 waves of reinforcements. Hers is a Special Forces-led deployment of armor and infantry. The second wave is a coalition of foreign powers, providing a detachment of battle droids, commandos, and shock troops. Details are attached to this message. Whatever the challenges, we will not give up Corellia.
The Empire isn't prepared for this level of
Now look at him. He's knocked out like... Ugh. Explain yourself.
What do you know about our forces and strategy?
More than enough.
Explain yourself.
Our enemy is manipulating us. Complete your mission to destroy Aegis Base. I've arranged to secure a line at your base's headquarters. After you report in, we need to talk.
How much you want to bet it's Watcher 2? Or, well, the Keeper. It's either the Keeper, the female one, or it's my companion. Or my new companion. I don't know, I forgot who the last one is.
I won't be your pawn. Give me answers or we're finished.
The secure line. I'll tell you everything, Cypher. We'll work as equals again.
Ha! Again. Interesting.
The mystery must be with repairs. They can defeat me. Always believe they can defeat me. A better target.
Okay. There we go. Flashback.
This is Major Nadeka, beginning countdown on the warhead. At 0, everything inside Aegis Base will be reduced to component particles you might want to get out.
Lecture out to all squadrons. Clear the airspace around Aegis Base. Go!
Escape from the base. Go, 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 go. Poopy pants. And there she blows. Okay. Looks like a tiny Death Star. Actually, it's looks like a tiny Death Star and it looks like a thermal detonator. Grenade. Corellia is fucked up. Down.
I require better targets.
I don't know, I'm so used to the... Wait a minute. Shit. Ah, I'll just go there, yeah. I'm so used to the stun ability that even though evade making me like run faster is super useful.
Base is destroyed. Generals incinerated. Troops scattered and forced to retreat. You've
I
done
can't
very
stun
well,
any other way.
Return to the war room now.
Is there any other way I can stun somebody? Sucks that I don't, like, if I had one more stealth ability, not stealth ability, oh my god, if I had like one more stun ability, that'd be fantastic, but apparently I do not. Really wish I did.
You will be the first of my terror thralls. Your faces will be branded with symbols of victory.
I'll have artists start on the slaves, my lord. But our losses...
Our losses are nothing so long as the Republic weeps. Join us, my shadow operative, as we celebrate.
Fuck you.
I appreciate the invitation, but I have my duties.
My lord, the other Sith are coming to council.
Then the celebrations must wait. Return to your work.
Yeah.
Secure comm channel open.
Uploading decryption program.
Yep, I knew it.
Cypher, together
I
again.
fucking knew it.
You fall into a coma and the whole galaxy goes mad. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you, even under the circumstances. There's no time for questions. The conspirators dismantled intelligence because we were close to unraveling their plan. They're exerting unprecedented influence on Corellia. You weren't transferred here by accident. You're here to discover their endgame and expose them before it's too late.
You made me a lieutenant under Lord Razor.
The rank is meaningless, and Lord Razor isn't your problem. The enemy is monitoring and manipulating military activity. They concealed news of those Republic reinforcements, and I suspect they're doctoring Imperial records as well. I need an unaltered accounting of our forces on Corellia with real data. I can analyze why the conspiracy is pulling strings.
You haven't lost your touch.
The Dark Council recently sent Moff Zamar to perform a top-secret accounting of every soldier, vehicle, and weapon we've lost. He's completed his tour and is taking a Skyhopper to the spaceport shortly. Intercept him en route and acquire his report before the enemy can alter it.
I'll need the Skyhopper route and some way of getting his attention.
You can force his Skyhopper to land by planting a series of false guide beacons around the Labor Valley battlegrounds. Once he's grounded, his Imperial Guard escort will protect his ship while you locate him. Getting the report is up to you.
Let's hope he doesn't hold me responsible for his flight plan.
There's a code word, chromatic, that might convince Amar to cooperate, or it could raise suspicion. Do what you have to, and I'll be in touch.
Okay. Not gonna give up on those rooks. Flashback. Is everybody even on Corellia? Just me. Wait a minute, where the hell is... What? Oh, he's above, okay. Ah.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Have a Sky pleasant stay. Oh, it says Sky Buns, Sky Burns. Excellent. A tram, okay. Interesting. Ooh, 52, wait a minute. Yeah. Nice. So I have 30% more. I gained 30% more XP from exploration and last missions. Nice. No more with the Maria. Okay. So. Like. Okay, so how does this work? How do I get there? It's literally a maze. Wow. No idea which way is quicker. That's closed, what? Huh? So that route is closed, okay. Damn it. Directive 7. Director Clinic. Nice, nice. It's okay. Okay. Turn right. I assume I can go. Just keep going forward. Yep. Just keep going forward. Oops. Ah, why did I do that? I don't know. I do not know. Rebel, rebel. Rebel scout. Shit, I have to go up, don't I? Okay. That was nice. Okay. Ah, shit. Okay, nobody attacked me, that's nice. What if I just slaughter these?
I require better targets.
Okay, no bonus quest. Ha! Oh, look at that. Devastating the Republic. Nice. Defeat 1,000 Republic line commands from Corellia. Cool. That's a lot of deaths. What? Because there's a lot of traveling. Let's do this. Something like that. Whee! Rabbit, rabbit. Drawl. Okay. Use your personal holocron.
Intercepting a message from Moth Zamar's transport.
Flight path is too dangerous. We'll set down until the Republic cannons stop firing. Only a matter of time before they send ground troops. Reinforcements requested.
That's your signal. Get to Zamar before the Republic can, and get his report on our forces.
Find Moth Zamar's location. Speedo time. Okay. test. Test number 2. Test number 2. Okay. Okay. War-torn planet of Corellia. Okay, immediate cutscene.
Enemy reinforcements!
Your strategy is flawed.
Ha! She's invisible
You
still.
already disappoint me. For a better target. The target has been obliterated.
Okay. No bonus. Wonder if I can combine those two. Well, we'll find out. I can combine like rocket boost and evasion. That'd be awesome. But I kind of doubt that that's gonna happen.
Halt right there.
I'm on your side. I'm here to see Moff Zamar.
And I am sworn to protect him. State your purpose.
Don't worry. You can't protect him anyway.
Now targeting all Republican Imperial troops.
Damn, looks bigger from the inside.
Your vital functions improve. I've always believed they can defeat me. The target has been obliterated.
Okay. Leave the crash site. Okay. So let's try the theory. So V and rocket boost. Ah, it slows me down. Okay. Kind of figured that would happen, but it's worth trying. What with this one? Captain Leader. Beep beep boo boo. Okay.
I have Moff Zamar's report. Transmitting now.
We're lucky to have you, Cypher. Beginning analysis. To date, our reports have shown the Empire at an advantage on Corellia. Our troops are more numerous, our weapons more advanced. Zamar's report suggests this advantage was a lie.
No surprise.
Hardly a shocking find, given what we know about the conspirators.
Granted, but the details are disturbing. Darth Thanaton, Barras, Vowran, half the Sith on the planet are expending Imperial troops on power plays instead of the war. Add to that the Republic's reinforcements, and we're an even match. Both sides could be obliterated. Hold on.
This is Lord Razor to all forces. The Resistance and its Jedi friends have struck back. Report to my forward base. They are here. The calves have come to the butcher.
You'd better lend a hand. The Empire can't afford a loss right now.
Ah, wow. Okay, it's been a long time.
In the old days, you could have made that command. Stern, brilliant keeper.
I like to think I'm still stern and brilliant. I'm going to continue my analysis. Contact me once you're through.
She's like the worst person to flirt with. Okay. Rebel. Where am I supposed to go? Axial Park? Okay. I have 3k credits. Damn. Shuttle has been dispatched. So how much does it increase my speed? 100%. Okay.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
Vehicle
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Tram time. Might as well read. Yeah, I'll definitely pick Infiltrator. Okay. Imperial Sentry. Okay.
The dark side has failed you, Chakran San Jukai.
Okay.
I am Lord Razor.
If only I could believe that.
Huh.
Concentrate fire on the Jedi. Do not let him escape.
Killed him? Nice.
They can defeat me.
Start counting the dead. I'll tell Darth and Raj about his apprentice. You missed the best part. Republic rockets pounding soldiers into jam. Our division's been broken.
Be grateful
I could have let you die, you know.
Aren't you the hero? If you'll excuse me, I'm going to shower and try to salvage what's left of my unit.
Okay. First time I heard somebody in Star Wars say, I'm gonna go take a shower. Rebel. Beep beep boo boo.
Situation resolved. The attackers are dead, and so is Lord Razor.
It's happening everywhere. Sith and Jedi countering one another, playing into the conspirators' hands. The Star Cabal saw Corellia coming, and they're using the war to decimate 2 military forces at once. I can't believe I didn't see it.
whining.
I'm not pleased with your performance either, but let's keep focused.
We know their methods here, and we have data from Voss and Belsavis. I think I can find Hunter, find all of them. I've tracked conspirator resources to an airship above the city, a possible drop point or communications hub. It's defended by a team of mercenaries. Take out the mercenaries while they're resupplying on the ground, and the ship's docking codes are yours.
Okay.
Once aboard, do I sabotage the engines or just blow the ship to atoms?
Neither, I'm afraid. I want you to allow yourself to be captured and interrogated. They'll ask what you've discovered and how we're responding. You will break under torture and confess that the Empire has secret reinforcements en route to Corellia.
Was it the coma that melted your brain, or is it just desperation?
Don't you dare!
Ooh.
You don't know what I've been through. Convince them that their perfect plan has a flaw, and they'll scramble to adjust. In the process, they'll expose themselves. I can follow their trail to the inner circle, not just identify their methods or resources, but locate our final target, their center of operations.
I've never heard you like this before. Are you all right?
I'm all right. I apologize. The situation is difficult. I can't guarantee you a way off that airship, but if we can't trick the Star Cabal, the Empire and the Republic both face decimation.
I'll get onto that ship and I'll try to pass on the information. But I'll only play your game so far.
I do understand. I'm sending you locations to check for the mercenaries. Get the docking codes, and I'll contact you again before you leave for the airship.
Okay. Chain docking codes from mercenary. Where? Okay, so if it's there, then there's no use quick traveling. Rebel, rebel. I wonder how fast it is when it's like maxed out. Is it even worth it? I mean, it's always worth to boost it, but it's fucking expensive. I need like 10 times what I have now. Actually more. 10 times what I have now, and then 60 times. I'm going the right way, I guess. Kinda looks like I am. Do I take a left? God, it's so confusing. So if I take a left... Nah, I'll go for certainty. Slightly a bit more confident in this route. Route. Monarch screen. Ah, was that stop sign? Stop sign. Okay, now we're in this region. Now I go left. Actually, might as well repair and sell.
Medical attention.
Wish I could just like grab all these funds, but I can't. Sadly.
Be well.
wonder what Callio is up to. Our missing companion. Rattle, rattle. Okay, we're almost there. Whoop whoop. But where? Oh, from a mercenary, just like in general, okay.
The target has been obliterated.
Nice.
They can defeat.
20 mercenaries, okay. Sure. Ah.
I require better targets. Humans always believe they can defeat me.
Okay.
Obliterated. I require better targets.
Those are not mercenaries. Just realized those are not fucking mercenaries. Okay.
The target has been obliterated.
Oh, okay. Nice.
They can defeat me.
Okay.
Scanning the mercenary docking codes. Authenticity confirmed. You can land a speeder on the conspirators' airship. Remember, your job is to get yourself captured. When you break under interrogation, tell them...
You want me to make them think Imperial reinforcements are coming to Corellia? I will. And I'll do it my way.
Please. We need to make them slip. Even once is enough. If I don't hear from you in 24 hours, I'll try to arrange a rescue. But I don't know what you'll find, and I can't make a promise.
You intend to undergo torture. Avoid drinking fluids for 1 hour prior to avoid accidental death.
Okay. Fly, because... Well, actually... We'll finish the bonus objective. Shit, 6 minutes. Okay.
Better target.
Nice. 10 more. Yeah.
Require better target. Fools always believe they can defeat me.
Get her. Nice.
It's been obliterated. They can defeat me. I require better targets.
Ah, shit. Okay, 16. Whee. Nice. One more, okay. Let's kill that big guy. Sneaky, sneaky. Okay, we'll knock the poison. Just being able to stun, but I don't know, I'm not even using evasion.
They can defeat me.
I don't know, I keep like swinging back and forth. These abilities, man. I don't know, I really missed the stun. Apocalypse Party. Okay. Prepare boarding party. Shit. Do not shoot. Ah, damn it. Okay.
Your vital functions improve. Better target. The target has been obliterated.
Okay. Oh yeah, stunning is way better, honestly. Or maybe I'm just used to it, but feels better.
The target has been obliterated.
Okay, no side objective. Waste these two. Or not.
Better target.
Okay. Yes. Ha. Fly the hell out of there.
Can't tell if there's 3 burning buildings and a ship full of beautiful women. We will dedicate this evening to history.
There are weapons here. They are concealed.
Welcome to the festivities.
May I offer you a costume?
A costume? What? Out of my
I'm
way.
not in the mood to celebrate.
That is unfortunate. Please try to enjoy the party.
That was the worst droid voice ever. What the fuck?
The house is gone, dismantled by the salvage droids.
I'm staying until I'm ash and bones, darling.
Ugh. Hate that.
That isn't my favorite ex-intelligence agent. Retirement's keeping you busy. The truth is, I'm glad you made it. We didn't have a chance to say goodbye.
Dismantling operations was the last mistake you'll ever make.
You're sweet, but even I'm not perfect. These people were Corellia's movers and shakers, the obscenely rich. My apocalypse party keeps them focused on themselves instead of doing anything constructive.
Huh.
Your trap is wasteful and inefficient.
Is Kaleo still on trial? She would have loved this party. And yes, it's also an excuse to see the end of the world in style. No more Jedi, no more Sith, a new galaxy.
Nice plan, but I'm here and you're not. Maybe I should take a hostage. Maybe blow up your ship.
Maybe I'm not stupid. Your weapons have been disabled by a neutralizing field. I can vent coma gas at the touch of a button. Too bad. I'd been hoping to chat.
Oh shit.
Lock him up and prep him for interrogation.
Okay. Ouch. That was impolite.
Took something we wanted, Moff Samar's report. Now, we have questions.
I saw Zamar's data. I'll tell you everything I know. The numbers, they showed we were going to lose, so Lord Razor sent for reinforcements before he died. A fleet from the Oril sector.
That was easy. Check and see if he was lying.
Yes, sir.
That's how you check.
That blasted droid just keeps watching me.
Get ready for the next round.
Great.
High paint threshold. Lapsing in and out.
You said Lord Scourge sent for reinforcements?
Lord Razor, please. I told you the truth.
We're not getting anything new. Tell the boss. Relax. Vacation's over. You get to check out.
Feign unconsciousness or attack, I wonder. Kinda much rather attack. Fuck it, I'll attack.
I've stayed here long enough.
Blast it!
Okay.
I saw you approach your threshold. Now I know what you can take.
She's so creepy. God. Okay, oh, what? 1 second. 1 second. No, no. I'll be back. Okay. Oh, let's see. Okay. Let's answer the hall call.
Cannot confirm authentication. Do not reply. Instead, proceed to secure line. Coordinates attached. Repeat. Proceed to
hall terminal. Okay. I'm gonna take a break just to eat something and then I'll be back. I'll keep the stream on. I'm just gonna log out so the XP boost doesn't... Actually, wait a minute. There is no XP boost. Okay. Ah, shit.
Your vital functions improved. Humans always believe they can defeat me.
The hell? Okay, I'll stay here, but I will put this... Where is it? AFK? Okay, I'll be right back. Test. Okay. One more time. Wow, perfect. Ha! Perfect transition. Okay. Pause. Let's go back into game. I assume I was kicked. Most like, oh, I wasn't. Okay, excellent. Oh, thank God. I didn't have to wait. Speak to the keeper. Music's got me feeling so. One more time. Okay, where am I supposed to go? Okay. It's a government district, of course. Yep. One more time.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
Vehicle pads? Okay. Nice. The government district. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay. One more time. Oh, shit. Okay. You've discovered the business sector. Yep, kinda does look like a business sector. One. They really need to add... Wait a minute, is that a guilty? It is. Missions for Craven... Carbonic. Hello, Guildy. Nah. Music's got me feeling so free.
Darth Decimus wants an update.
The legislature is under siege.
The legislature.
Secure comm channel open.
Uploading decryption program.
Okay.
20 hours, 32 minutes. I really thought I'd made a mistake, but you're alive.
You should know by now I'm not easy to kill.
It's been a while. Sometimes I forget. I'm seeing real activity in the conspirator system. Messages sent, credits transferred. I just need to make sense of it. Meanwhile, it's time we got ready for the final play. But we can't meet so long as their eyes are on you.
If you didn't want the conspirators' attention, you shouldn't have sent me to their doorstep.
If I had more agents, this could have gone differently, but I don't. Republic and Imperial forces will be clashing around the capital shortly. That's our best opportunity to remove you from sight. You can rig a building with explosives and be caught in the firestorm. Fake your death, and you'll no longer be top priority.
How long have you been wanting to plot my demise?
Since the day you landed on Hatta, on and off. There's an access tunnel beneath the Military History Museum, not on the official blueprints. Collapse the building, and the tunnel is your escape route. You'll need to move fast. I want you heading for the conspirators' hideout as soon as I find it. Good luck.
Mission complete. Music's got feelings free. I want to celebrate. Okay, get some bombs. Inventory full. Oh shit. What? What? My inventory is not full. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, my inventory is not full. I don't know if that was a bug. No idea. Shit. How the hell do I get there? What? Wait a minute. Nope, gotta go the other way. You have mail. So how do I get over there? Well, obviously not that way. So weird. Oh, there's one diverging path. Group phase. Please tell me that's an entrance. It is. Okay, thank God. Bandit. Good, I don't have to stealth. Still do not have to stealth. Maga. Coronet Museums. Okay. So far, so good. The fire didn't burn me, that's good. Music's got feeling so real. Mutilation phase. Lower level. Rebel, rebel. Rebel leader. One more time. Probably gonna have to fight these guys. Shit, which one is closer? Ugh. Oh! Oh shit.
Your vital functions improve.
Was cloud.
I require better target.
Nice. Wait for K. Okay, not bad. Oh, okay, so I have to kill these people. Okay. There's a cloud.
They can defeat me.
Stabby, stabby.
It's been obliterated.
Rebel, rebel. Ah, he's gonna cover me. Yep.
The target has been obliterated.
Emperor's signature.
Always believe they can defeat me. The target has been obliterated. They can defeat me. I require a better target. Has been obliterated.
Okay. We completely forgot about this. Plant the fourth explosive. Music's got me feeling supreme. Music got me feeling supreme. Plant the final bomb.
Our vital functions improve. The target has been obliterated. I require better targets.
Zerk core. Shit, wait a minute. Huh. Interesting. Shit, what do I want to do? Stim, yeah.
The yield is sufficient. Nothing will survive the explosion.
Don't move! Hawkins to Chief. Target acquired. Down on the ground. SAS wants you alive, but I really don't.
Guess there's nothing to discuss.
Smashy, smashy.
Swarm! Swarm!
Just disappear into thin air. Okay.
Always believe they can defeat me.
Okay. Moving on.
We know you're in there, Cypher 9. I've already ordered all SIS forces to withdraw. That building will crush everyone inside. Come out and surrender.
Nah, ignore.
This is your last chance. Life as a prisoner, or death under 4,000 tons of rubble.
Scanning for the escape tunnel.
Okay.
Holocams missed your exit, and SIS chatter is reporting an Imperial intelligence operative caught in the explosion. Officially speaking, you're now dead. Congratulations.
If the conspirators think differently, it was all for naught.
They'll believe it long enough. I'll deliver a child body if I have to. I'm sending you the coordinates of a starship in the Corellian system, the Tenebris. I'll meet you there, and we'll destroy the Star Cabal for good.
Okay. Complimentary fleet travel pass. Okay. 51, yeah. Hello. Yes, welcome. Okay, that way. Travel to Tenebris. Sure, but before that, increase movement speed 15%, effect still out with 3. Yeah, that one most likely. Screen. Damage reduction 5%. This one is best. Culture instrument and acid, causing backstab, deal additional general poison damage. Nice, or 6 seconds. Increased armor penetration. Okay. Very nice. Oh, I got new abilities. Okay, 1 new ability. Cleanses a friendly target up to 2 negative tech or physical effects. Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay. Let's see. Travel to Tenebris. No rifle. Complimentary fleet travel pass. Okay. Okay, the rest of this junk. Travel now. Your daily reminder to hydrate. Yes.
Get the power couplings hooked up and see what we can do about that exhaust signature.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Cypher. Meet what's left of intelligence.
Kinda sad, huh? These guys can't even play a decent game of Sabacc.
Someone better
I don't
explain.
like being in the dark. She's supposed to be in prison somewhere.
I'm supposed to be in a lot of prisons. It's good to see you, too. Your old boss has set up the escape. I've been running jobs for them. Pays bad. But I wanted my crack at the scum who messed with us.
The Minister of Intelligence suggested using her. He was right. She's very good.
You couldn't have mentioned any of this on Corellia?
You didn't need to know. Security was,
You should not be moving. I will prepare a fresh dosage.
The Minister brought us together after
Dosage of
intelligence
what?
was dissolved. He accelerated my treatments and recruited a corps of loyal operatives. We're working to find the Star Cabal's base of operations. He'll explain the rest in the conference room.
You're not recovered yet, are you? The droid?
I am the mistress's medical assistant. Her neurochemical levels will require regulation within 20 minutes.
23 minutes. I can still do basic math. I'm sorry, I'm fine. I just need more rest than usual.
Well, apparently you do. Apparently you do, and it's not that expensive. Maybe I should raise the price. Is there anything I can do? Of course. You're not good. You're not good to us, Unfit.
If you can't perform, You're a danger to the mission.
I can perform,
No.
and you don't have anyone else.
No.
The Minister is waiting.
Yeah, it's funny. I can make it like 1,000,000 channel points if I want. Yes. But no, it won't be 1,000,000. Oh shit! It actually rewards points. That's interesting. 3-stream streak. 3-stream streak. Very nice. But then you will slowly dehydrate. Oh yes. Yes. Then I have to remember to do it. Fuck. Oh, look at this guy.
You wanted to see me, Minister?
Old man.
Yes. Come in.
Old
Last we
fart.
talked, I sent you to hunt invisible agents manipulating the war. How did that mission turn out?
After Santa Hydra thing, I went from 1.5k to 1.9k. Because the 3-day reward streak apparently gave you like 300 something. Not refused to give a city this. You failed it.
Mission went sour. The conspirators struck back, and the man appointed to protect us did nothing.
I did what I could. This ship and its crew represent the lost of favors owed to me. But while intelligence may be gone, your work on Corellia let us trace the conspirators' communications to a space station in the Null Zone. We believe that station to be their base of operations.
Old fart.
They've lured us into traps before.
Not this time. They finally slipped, and we knew what to look for. I want you to take your team there immediately. Any delay and we risk the enemy escaping. Eliminate any members of the inner circle present and obtain their records.
How that works.
The names of their followers, their resources, and every black project they've co-opted.
Operations Division was disbanded. I don't take orders from you.
Consider me the voice of experience.
Nah.
With the Star Cabal secrets, we can scour the galaxy for what's left of their membership. Otherwise, they'll soon regroup. Of course, the conspirators' secrets have other uses. Once this crisis passes, the Sith will want them in safe hands.
Just in a meaning with the other uses exactly.
The conspirators used their secrets to blackmail, to brainwash, to disappear.
Cypher, when I began at Intelligence, I saw it as a distraction from my military career. Eventually, I grew to accept my role. I developed goals in place of ideals, and I found ways to achieve those goals. I hoped authority would help me effect change. But for us, there are limits to what authority can do. Ship's
overhaul is finished, sir. He'll get to the station out of sight.
The operation begins. Stop the conspirators and take back everything they've stolen.
You have a lot to answer.
You're the man who authorized my brainwashing. Don't give me advice, and don't ask for help.
Understood. Your ship is waiting.
Okay. Travel to Star Chamber. Just hopping from one place to another. I was like, actually taking the time to calculate. Nah. Use your ship saw terminal. Fuck. Fine. Rebel, rebel. Okay. Ship silo terminal.
This is Keeper. You're approaching the station now.
Nah.
I can monitor you so long as you keep an open channel. We'll be with you through the assault.
Don't call yourself.
Imperial intelligence is gone. Designations are meaningless.
I won't have this discussion now. Your ship is cloaked, but once you're aboard, you'll need to move fast. Take out any conspirators quick as you can. Anyone not there in person, we'll start hunting down as soon as you identify them.
Mission on the Star Cabal. Cabal, I don't know. Where? Nah. Master is primary statistic for a class. Master will prove aptitude in combat.
Administering microdroid repairs.
Nah. Okay. Whee! The enemy has captured the command post. Four droids. Nah. Techno Annihilator. Okay. Nah. Beep boop. Okay. How the hell did nobody notice him?
You mean to say you lost Corellia?
Adjustments are being made. Striver is already working with the Mandalorians.
See? It's fine.
No holotraps this time. No distortions. Working to identify the voices.
Just no distortions. Working to identify the voices. Recognize the stamp number. I'm not waiting.
Take your time. Listen for screams.
Intruder!
Yeah, that's how it goes. Can't cheat it.
Death is coming.
Okay, old man shooting at us. This should be easy. Stealth. Backstab the creeper. Ooh. Okay. Prince.
You're not even one of them. They'll always rule you. The Jedi.
Jedi. Jedi.
I've identified several of the holograms. Sending dossiers to the military, Caravan, the bounty hunter guilds. Anyone associated with this meeting is now an enemy of the state. Give me an hour. I'll have the Republic and the Hutt Cartel after them too.
Hard to play conspirator when half the galaxy wants you dead.
That's the idea. Some of the crimes I'm attributing to them are even real. But I need more. The Star Cabal keeps their secrets aboard that station. If we want to finish this, we need to know...
That's your signal being jammed.
Okay.
Talk to your brain-dead friends later.
You disappeared before the shooting started. Finally find your courage?
I had to activate the station defenses. Figured you wouldn't come alone. But let's get one thing clear. Killing the Inner Circle doesn't get you a free pass to our files. You want to really know what we're like? You want the keys to the galaxy? Come take them!
Locate Hunter. He's already located. Thanks to the plot. I assume it's gonna be enemies. Yep. What's the idea? Oh shit. Okay. Okay, not too bad.
Why couldn't you just die for us? It would have been easy.
What about 1 divided by 0? No! And then I disintegrate into nothing. Damn it. Oh shit. Stupid lasers.
A lot of better targets.
Die. Stabby, stabby. Okay, just poison everybody.
I've always believed they can defeat
Your
me.
Barzer.
Has been obliterated.
Is that a yes? 1 divided by 0.
I require better targets.
Yes.
Time to see just how good you are.
Okay, stabby, stabby. Nice. Oh. Slice. Whee! Technically, only infinite points because basically you can fit infinite zeros in zero groups. But you can't divide by zero.
No way out anymore. I dreamed about this. You
Got
and me,
him.
tearing each other apart.
Got him.
Who would have figured an Imperial cipher could threaten us?
Shut up.
You're a sick man with sick dreams.
Liar.
Liar. Okay, stealth. Backstab. Cripple. Stun. Slice. Poison. More poison. More poison. Even more poison. Okay. Got done. Okay, let the poison do its thing. Yep. Go to calculator and do 0.1 1 divided by 0. Let's see. 1 divided by 0. Undefined, yes. Okay, I'll give you an undefined number of points. Whatever that means.
He's dying.
You're still infinite.
It's your responsibility now. Everything we built, everything we hid from you. You're the only one like us left. You'll take good care of it, but between you and me, I want to show you one last thing.
I won't show, that's funny. We'll take good care between you and me. I want to show you one last thing. Nah.
No more secrets. No more deception.
There you go. Idiot. Okay. Ooh, a data crown. Black Codex.
Black Codex access detected. Scanning.
Black Codex.
Identity confirmed. Star Cabal databanks intact.
The technology has been upgraded, but the core is 957 years old.
The enemy is defeated.
Honored agent, the Dark Council learned of your predicament and sent us to join
great.
you. We regret that we were detained.
Don't come any closer.
There you are. I wasn't told about any Sith.
Local communications are jammed.
We know the Minister of Intelligence is operating without authorization. He will face judgment, but you have served the Empire. Turn over the data record, and we will deliver it to the Dark Council so that it may enhance our glory.
Glory. Sure, let's lie.
The conspirators call it the Black Codex. They wiped the main databank, but I downloaded what I could. Use it well.
The Dark Council will know of your loyalty. This prize, they are intrigued by it.
Undefined.
I gave them my holocommunicator. It's encrypted, but they'll figure it out. We should hurry.
Yes.
Undefined has no specific value, only every single number of mounts. And two giant octopuses. Being silly. Okay, I'll give you no specific value of points. There you go. Nah. Got him. Got him. Travel to Tenebru. Okay. Ha ha! Got him! Assume it's gonna be hollow. No, oh, okay. Story time. Ha,
it
yes.
seems word of our victory precedes us.
I'll start investigating potential leaks.
Cypher, I was able to monitor your life signs after we lost contact. I'm glad you're still alive, and I'm glad you won.
The Sith
As the fighting wrapped up, a group of Sith arrived. Did you expect that?
The Dark Council sent a ship to investigate after I broadcast our target list. They refused to hold position.
The post-mortem can wait. Keeper, I need you with the technical team. Cypher, with me, please.
Give the man my regards. I'll make sure you don't miss anything.
Okay.
Congratulations are due, but if we're going to track and eliminate the surviving conspirators, I need their secrets. Give the data to me, please.
You know, people keep asking for the Black Codex. Frankly, I'm surprised everyone finds it so interesting.
I never did like your sense of humor. Despite all their evils, the Star Cabal did something remarkable. They stayed invisible for centuries, operating independent of the great powers. In my career, I can hardly scratch my nose without being stymied by a Dark Lord.
I'm well aware that you see the Sith as enemies.
I see them as an obstacle to serving the Empire. The lives I've destroyed, the atrocities I've approved, all of it was to make the Empire a better place. I failed. Now I turn to you and to the Black Codex. Imperial intelligence is not being rebuilt. You need to escape while you have the chance.
Why should I escape? You're the one who's scared.
Damn it, listen to me. The conspirators erase themselves from history. The Black Codex can help you go dark, destroy all records of your identity. You would answer to no one, not a new Sith intelligence, not superior officers. You'd serve the Empire as a free agent, exercise that conscience of yours.
What is 0 divided 0? Imagine you have 0 cookies, divide them among 0 friends. Yeah, doesn't make sense. Now, Cookie Monster has 0 cookies, you have 0 friends. Yes. Well done, Siri. And please don't activate. Okay. Mr. Intelligence must be officers, you so the Emperor's free agent. I'm not interested.
I have no interest in going dark.
Very well. There will be power struggles and I can't protect you. With luck, I may retire gracefully. Without, I expect to be hanged. But if you want to remain, I wish you well, Cypher, however long that name lasts.
All right. See you next time, eh? And also, hello, Confused Center. Welcome back. Don't run from challenges. I'll stay true.
I stood by the Empire as they dismantled operations. I'll survive whatever they do next. And even if I'm not wanted anymore, I still have work to finish.
Thank you, Agent. Dismissed.
Okay. Minister of Intelligence. Return to your ship. Fine, I'll go manually. Yeah. Airlock. Exit 12. Shit. Is this my ship? Should be. Of course it is. Yes. Eventually you can send a companion back to town, soldier collected the identity, still grey. All the items. Use your ship intercom. Ring ring. Beep beep boop boop. Okay. Ugh. Why the fuck did... I didn't approve of him bringing that shit there. Aboard. Ugh.
Prepare the ship to launch.
She's ignoring
We're
it, it's
leaving.
Analyzing jump trajectories.
Yeah, because us Hicks can't use a navicomputer.
I saw the minister's
She
expression.
funny.
How was your meeting?
We'll keep doing
Imperial intelligence has fallen, but it doesn't change our duty. We soldier on.
Dedication. One thing Imperials and Killiks have in common.
I think it's inspiring, sir.
Did we imply otherwise?
Patching in a message. One moment.
This is Command Ship Tenebris. I thought I'd see you off properly. It might be a while before we do this again.
We'll
Somehow I doubt it'll be that long, but I appreciate the thought.
We're getting questions from Drummond Carth, and I was hoping to set the record straight. What's your plan while we sort things out here?
You'll find
For
out
the
soon.
record, better not to ask. But my people and I will be watching, and you'll hear from us again.
Understood. Good luck.
Wait a minute, is that it? Kinda looks like it is. Star chamber, okay. Is this? No. Oh, right, I forgot. I forgot about Ilum, wow. The second ice planet, Jesus. Don't forget to do all the companion stuffs. Oh yeah, Confused Santa, out of curiosity, I clicked on your name. I didn't actually go to your channel yet, but I clicked on your name in chat, and I saw the description. Current addiction is SWTOR, yeah. Nice. Okay, so well, there's a common thing. Very nice. Oof. But yeah. I mean, you know, I will do the companion stuff. I will do, you know, I'll talk to everybody. I'll max out the what's it called, the influence and whatever. I mean, I'll do the conversations as I would do them. I won't like appeal to their, you know, to them liking me, but I'll just like talk to them as I would talk to them. I don't know. As my character, I don't know. But I'll kind of make up for it with the gifts. So it's kind of funny. You can piss off the companions like completely, but you can like buy them back with gifts. That's really funny. So I'll literally do that. Unless it happens to be like unless they happen to like me, then I'll have a little bit less of a job. I can save a little bit of money, but I'll keep it pretty natural. The only thing I can't remember, like, I don't know if the base story ended with this like last cutscene. Was that the last mission, or is Ilum gonna? Oh no! Wait a minute. I think I think I have the answer. I actually think the story is done, but Ilum is the first. Well, not the first, but like, how do I explain it? Who did you romance? Dr. Loken. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I don't know who I'm gonna romance. I mean, it's definitely gonna be a female, but saying that out loud is kind of weird. Like, But I don't know, I'm kind of interested to see the reactions. If I were to pick, I don't know. Calio is funny. Scorpio is a robot, so sorry, a droid. So that's kind of weird. I don't know. Not gonna romance my kiss ass droid.
Same color, of course.
Is that a camera?
Only fresher.
No, okay. I thought there was like a camera in the conference room. Ah, no Theron. Wait, Theron is a dude, right? Reyna. It's like... Wait a minute. No, better camera angle. Let's see if I can get it. Ah. Will I romance... Okay. Reyna, not Kena. Reyna. I don't know. Not much of a choice pool. Yeah, starting with the Revan expansion, you can romance men on men. Wow, that early. With Revan. Damn. Interesting. I thought it was gonna be more like I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I couldn't really have a good reason why it wouldn't be even then, but but yeah, I don't know. Like when I think about it, let me open my. Kind of sucks that my XP boost is running out, but it's fine. When I think about it, the Imperial... I can't even see them. Shit. Wait. It's funny. On both Jedi and... Oh, no, wait. It's not the same. Huh, interesting. So on Republic, I managed to... like... max out all of their companions. And all the techies on the Imperial side are also maxed out. That's kind of interesting. Huh. The sad part is I'm gonna have to make all the other characters again. I don't know when I'm gonna play all of them, but the character I'm definitely gonna play again is the Bounty Hunter. And then after that, I don't know. I don't know what else. I don't know. Probably the Bounty Hunter. I really miss playing as a pirate tech. And also kind of the whole vibe. I think they touched the waters with Makeb to see how mad people would be with the same gender romance. On Imp side, you can flirt with a pure blood male as a male. I mean, like, me personally, I don't care. You know, it's like, you know, let the people have what they want. But my choices are you know, they're always gonna be, you know, male, female. So, wow, I forgot about all of these. Skage. Huh. But I'm really, really happy that I've unlocked all of these, like, abilities. I've used them. Like, with this character, I've used them so much. Also, with the species, you know, it's gonna sound a little bit maybe vanilla, but I don't know. I kind of like to keep it human. I don't know. Taki, Twi'lek. Yeah, some of these were added like after while I didn't play. I still haven't gotten Dark 5 yet, which is interesting. Hey guys, as we're doing the story arcs, a planet just arrived on Valmora, for example. I don't know what I would say. Like, sure. I would really like to have HK as my companion, but it's fucking expensive. Like, everything is so expensive. And what is this? Oh, okay. Like, back when I played, back in the day, it wasn't so easy to just like, you know, right-click all of the new armors. You have to kind of pick and choose what you're gonna put on, and now it's just like anything new and better, you just click it and that's it. Which is nice, convenient, but I don't know, you can kind of tell that they really just want you to, you know, just pass the main story just so you can, like, you know, buy the expansions. Obviously, but it is what it is. Okay, so I think the story is over. Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think Ilum, when I go to Ilum, it's like, I don't know, I think it's a flashpoint. Like, the whole map, the whole story arc on Ilum is like, I think an intro to the flashpoint or whatever, I don't know. If you have subbed since HK existed, you should be able to get HK, but it's a time-consuming process. I mean, I did that. I did that when HK came out, and I'm able to do it. Perks. Yeah, look, like, HK is basically the only companion I did unlock, and back when I played, there was only 2 of these, so HK and this Treek thing, Ewok. These other ones did not exist. These were like the new expansion guys. But yeah, if I wanted to, I could definitely get HK, but 1,000,000 credits. Technically, yes, I can buy it with like these cartel coins, but if one thing that I would really like to get, but for my bounty hunter, is this. This. A jetpack. Yep, 1,000,000. 1,000,000 is a lot of credits. I mean, yeah, people say, you know, once you level up, you can get credits easier, blah, 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 but... Well, I mean, it's definitely gonna take some effort. I can't wait to get, like, the Hollow Traverse scale. I can't wait to... Well, actually, I don't know what else I can't wait to get. I kind of feel like, even though there is a good number of abilities, that there's, like, not a lot more added. I don't know. Maybe there are later, but, like, right now I kind of feel like... I don't know, it's okay, but it's not like... Not like they added, like, so much, you know, over the years. Do you want some moolah? Like, well, you know, of course, everybody, you know, wants some extra credits and whatever. And I did in the past. Well, like everybody, you know, I asked for money, not in real life, but like in video games. I asked for money because I always knew that, you know, it's there's always some rich in-game player that's like, sure, here's like 1,000,000, you know. And it did actually happen a few times. Like, people actually did give me, like, you know, a lot of credits. Of course, there were a lot of trolls and, you know, funny people, let's say. But I don't know why I went to the fleet. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I'd rather I don't know. I kind of rather either get it myself when I find out like a nice way to get it, which I'm not too lazy for it, the method. And the other alternative is like, you know, if there's some like rich jackass who doesn't care, you know, and then I just like make use of it. So like, you know, somebody who's nice and giving me credits. I mean, I appreciate it, but I don't know. I always kind of feel like I'm gonna owe that person, and it's just like, you know, when it comes to like assholes, I don't care, you know. I mean, I'm thankful, but, you know, if he's a dick, eh. What is this? Detect this character been affected by an issue resulted in the game needing... Okay. Oh, it's the fucking bug. I forgot about it. But now I don't need it. The story is over. Can I delete it? Wow. Okay, so... okay. So I have a bugged item forever. That's funny. What the hell? Okay. I'm a rich jackass that doesn't care. Well, I don't know. If you actually were, you most likely wouldn't even be here. You'd probably, like, you know, send a few troll messages and that's it. Good thing you didn't do like a message like free AI viewers at something.com. I would immediately ban you. So who knows, maybe if people were joking around, they actually got banned. So like when I do manage to get, what is this? Oh, your account must be Huh. I'm actually kind of interested to see the security key thing. Like, I wonder if it's... I wonder if you have to do, like, the whole website thing, or you just, like, Security Bureau Declaration... Wait. Collect... There it is. What did I want to say? Shit. I got distracted by the fucking security key vendor. Yeah, the only, well, the main things that I would want to use credits on. Some good stuff in that one, yeah. Well, actually, if you're talking about the security key one, I don't know. I don't know what the security key one has. But if you're talking about the collector's edition vendor, yeah, actually I kind of did some research, small research, Googled it, and the only thing that I would actually get from that collector's edition vendor is the Imperial Trooper armor. That's the only thing that I would. I think I did I think I did just that very thing on my old Imperial agent. Yeah. So that's the only reason why I would do it. Oh, okay. I just realized why I went to the fleet. I thought I went by accident, but actually it's the story arc Ilum. So story arc Ilum it's not actually, I guess, the main story, the character story. It's just like it becomes the join story, I think. And then the expansions, it definitely becomes like one big thing that's like the same for everybody. But yeah, it would be actually funny if I managed to go up here. Nah, no, I need the VIP thing. But anyway, if I had, let's say, 1 billion credits, like you do, what would I spend my credits on? The first thing I would spend on... I think the first thing I would actually spend on would be these 2 unlocks. So, like, I would max out the speeder piloting because I know how tedious it is and annoying to, like, you know, when you can't quick travel, you have to, like, you know, close more or less big distances. So, yeah, these two. And out of curiosity, just to see how fast you actually go. Like, how fast is 130% compared to, like, you know, 20% less. So that would probably be the first thing if I had this amount. And maybe maxing out these, like, convenience things, just because why not? You know, I have the money, sure, why not? And I'll probably use these. The only ones I probably wouldn't use, like, these two I would definitely use. And then cargo hold, meh. Legacy cargo hold, meh. Maybe this one. But I don't know. Probably wouldn't use the GTN that much. Never was really a flipper. And regarding this thing, as soon as my sub runs out, it's useless, you know, so until I resub, for some reason, I don't know, I want to switch gameplay and have to pay for it, sadly, that would be the only reason why I would get this. But sadly, if you're not a subscriber, even with this, you can't change, you know, on the fly, so that kind of sucks. The speeder ones, you can see a difference when you are next to someone. Yes, that's true. Also, welcome. Welcome, Milsey. The legend. Yeah, right now I'm just like, I've finished the story of the Imperial agent. And now I'm kind of like, you know, let's say gathering my thoughts, what I'm gonna do next, what I want to unlock, what I want to focus on. But yeah, when it comes to like buying stuff, and well, it's gonna be a long way to a long grind. Hopefully not too long of a grind. But yeah, so these two I would definitely want to get, just for the sake of, you know, like, hopefully it's gonna be decently fast, especially on the expansion maps, which I've never seen before. Like the expansions, except for Makeb. So the first expansion, I think I completed a long time ago. But these other ones, like Revan and onward, I've never even seen how the maps look. You know, I didn't even watch the videos. I didn't, you know, I've seen that they've added like Dantooine and Yavin, I think. But other than that, I am like completely, you know, a complete noob when it comes to that. And I kind of like it. That's a good story. Yeah, in my opinion, now that I've done it again, because I completely forgot about it, the only reason why I did the Imperial Agent, not because I'm like a super fan of like, you know, conspiracies and spy movies and, you know, convoluted story elements, plot twists and whatever. Those are all fun, but basically I did it again because it's kind of widely regarded as like the best story in the game. By a lot of people. In my opinion, even though I can't really say right now because I completely forgot the other stories, but I kind of have a feeling that it might be. But I also think that maybe one of the Sith stories is also like maybe second. Either the Warrior or the Inquisitor. And then maybe the Jedi Knight, and then maybe the Bounty Hunter, and then the rest. I think the Trooper probably has like the least interesting one. I don't know. Even though I like the Troopers, I like the concept of like having your like little squad and, you know, things going on, not necessarily good, and, you know. It's a good story. Yeah, so yeah, let me know if you want a couple of mil. Oh. It isn't really exactly a big loss, and all my money goes to giveaways anyways. Oh shit, wow. Nice. I can't really do giveaways nowadays, but I like Warrior more. If I remember correctly, I think I really enjoyed the Warrior gameplay overall. Back when you couldn't like choose your... back when you couldn't basically mix Warrior and Inquisitor. But it was really fun. It was like this big, like, you know, aggressive gameplay style, you know, like choking people. That was always fun. So it really felt powerful, and especially the dark-sided options, like that was awesome, story-wise. I wasn't a fan of Consular and Trooper. Yeah, a lot of people make fun of the Consular story, like it being like a really shitty story. I'd kind of say that it's... My opinion is that it's, as far as I can remember it, very badly, but I remember the feeling of every story that I did, and I think Consular for me felt very bland. I think that's the best, like very... I wouldn't even say vanilla. I think the Jedi Knight story was vanilla. Was okay. The Consular one was kind of bland. I don't know. The Trooper one was... maybe below the Knight, I don't know. Trooper's great if you RP as the perfect soldier. Yeah, the Trooper is like, you know, like stand aside soldier and the whole shtick. Let's put in perspective. I have spent over, oh my god, 30 to 50 billion credits on giveaways. Well, listen, let's see. I'll actually do the math. Let's see how expensive my, like these essentials would be. Just out of curiosity. So I do not need the PvP experience. I do not need a flashpoint. By the way, before I start rambling about this, Milzy, the legend, thanks again for joining. If you have any questions, if you want to talk Star Wars, if you just want to chill, you know, whatever you want to do is completely fine for me. Bah. And also, English is not my first language, so forgive me. The Trooper story, I felt like it was the A- team. Yeah, it wasn't the A team, it was the A- team. Yeah, it was kind of... How would I describe it? I'm trying to like remember the vibe that I had, the feelings that I had when I played it, and kind of the overall picture. It was okay. I don't know, like it's hard to say because maybe I say it now like you know, maybe now I say it's okay, but if I replayed it and like 10 years later, not 10 years from now, but like 10 years from the last time I played it, because I played this game 10 plus years ago. So when I played it, maybe I'll have a different opinion. Maybe I change my mind. Maybe I think like the Smuggler has an excellent story, you know, that kind of thing. So, I mean, they're not... I don't think any of the stories are bad, honestly. I think even the worst... This is gonna be spicy, but even the... But I don't care. Even the worst SWTOR story, in my opinion, is more interesting to me than... I don't know, Guild Wars 2 story. I don't know what else to give it as an example because I didn't play a lot of MMOs. I don't know. I gotta be honest, Guild Wars 2 is the main one I played after this game. I literally played it pretty recently. Played it like maybe a week ago, something like that. And I invested a lot, like basically I invested a similar amount of time into that game, kind of like I did with SWTOR 10 plus years ago. But yeah, anyway, let's see. Doing Trooper as pure light or pure dark would be boring. Perfect Soldier semi-gray is a lot better. Well, I mean, that's kind of like soldiers would be, you know, like the army, I don't know. they're not really completely good, completely bad. Like, any of these tech classes, in my opinion, are kind of like nor here nor there, you know? Doesn't matter. Like, for me, my favorite... well, honestly, my favorite class, if I had to pick one, would definitely be the Bounty Hunter. I don't know, I just love... I love the aesthetics, I love the gameplay, I love playing as a power tech. I actually can't wait to try Mercenary again. The dual pistol thing, the rocket from my backpack kind of thing, jetpack, long range gameplay and whatever. So I'm pretty actually excited, like I can't wait to... That's actually gonna be my next playthrough. But yeah, that's kind of like my favorite one, and for some reason, I don't know why, but the Jedi and Sith classes, even though they're awesome, fun to play and whatever, I don't know, I don't know what it is, but when I was younger, I used to like the, you know, the Force users more. But now that I'm older, now that I'm like entering my 30s, Confused Santa would like to trade with you. Oh shit, wait a minute, that's you, what? How the hell did you find me? Well, actually, it's probably not even that bad. Not hard to... Oh shit, 4 million, what the hell? Wait a minute, what is this? Scarred Chemelizard Lizard. Oh, that's a mount. Oh shit, what the hell? Damn. Ooh, this would look awesome on the Bounty Hunter. Well, it looks awesome on everything, but on the Bounty Hunter it would look... Even though, I gotta be honest, I kinda would like to reserve one mount for my Bounty Hunter, and that would be the jetpack. To be completely honest, I would really actually prefer the jetpack on the Bounty Hunter, but I think I'll have to think about it. Me making predictions even though I didn't even accept this yet. Oh, look at that. What even is that? A Varactyl. Oh shit, that's the... Is that the thing that Obi-Wan rode in the third movie? Huh. Well, I don't know what to say, like, wait, let me read what Milsey said. All I was missing was someone to say, I pity the fool. Yes. To be honest, I didn't watch the A-Team, or... I don't even know what it was called. But I do know of the A-Team. I'm old enough to know of them. Kind of like the Bart Simpson joke when the teacher asks him, like, Bart, do you know fractions? And he says, I know of them. I love that. But yeah, a pity fool. I like the story with Guild Wars 1, not so much 2. I've heard that opinion a lot. And I honestly can't have a take on that because I know nothing about Guild Wars 1. The only thing I know about Guild Wars 1 is that you can't jump. I think that's true, you can't jump. And it's a little bit more linear, it's not so open world. I played a trooper as Merc, running around with pistols was fun. Yeah, I honestly... by the way, this is great. I really love talking about all this stuff. So thank you. And Confused Santa, I'm sorry. 1 second. I'll get back to it, Milsey. Take it. I don't get much of a chance to give away on Darth Malgus. I will just sit in my inventory for another 9 months. Jesus Christ. Well, I don't know what I can give you in return because I literally have nothing. Actually... Nah, I pretty much have nothing. The only thing I can give you is like I think I have like Temple Guardian armor. Maybe not even the full set. Like, I don't know if you know that. The Temple Guardian one. Can't even preview it. I have to go to the frickin' GTN. But yeah, I think that's the only... That and an emote. I can give you an emote. Give me your med packs. No, I will not give you my med packs. I will give you... Shit, this is all bad. Well, actually, gotta be selfish about the XP boost. I need the XP. This is also bound. Wow. No, I mean, well, to be serious, yeah, obviously there's nothing I can give you of value, but I don't know. I can accept this, and I can visit my bank to see the emote and to see the armor. I don't know. Okay. I mean, this is kind of sad, but I mean, thank you. I appreciate it. Jesus Christ. Look at that. Wow. I don't think even 10 years ago I didn't have over 1 million credits, I think. Maybe 1 million and something. But the problem is, 10 years ago, because I was kind of, you know, well, still kind of like a kid, because I wasn't earning money, you know, I didn't want to ask my parents. I never asked my parents for money when it comes to like video games or, well, mostly anything. But, so yeah, I couldn't really buy the cartel coins. The only way I could get cartel coins was to... oh, and by the way, even if I wanted to buy something online, there was no way to do that, because in my country back then, you know, what do you mean online shopping? What the fuck, you know, what the hell is even online shopping? Which is kind of sad when you think about it. But yeah, nowadays, because, you know, I work, you know, a pretty okay job, and, you know, I have this free time and whatever, now it's a little bit different. Now I can, you know, if I really find something worth getting, you know, sure, I'll get it. Even though it's pretty rare, but what is this? And I haven't forgot what I want to, I think I haven't forgot what I want to say, Millsy. I'll get back to you. Stalker armor. Damn, what the hell is this? Jesus. Huh. I think this would fit the... Yeah. Maybe this will fit the agent better. Yeah, it's gonna fit him better than the freaking... I mean, this armor is okay, but it's kind of... It always felt kind of cheap to me. I don't know, maybe because it was free. It's like the Imperial... No, not this. Whoops. Shit. Where the hell is the helmet? Fuck. Well, apparently the helmet's gone. But when Galactic Starfighter came out, the whole thing, it was, you know, like a big thing in SWTOR way back in the day, and all players, I think the early access players or whatever, got the pilot suits, like Imperial and Republic ones. This is a good set too for Agent. Yeah. You basically said it. I don't know what, like... Thank you. Yeah, let me check the freaking, where is it? Not the GTN, my cargo hold. Not sure which one is it, personal or... There we go, okay. What up? Can I preview it? I can give you this emote. I don't know how worth it even is. Like, will anybody even buy it? So yeah, that and this armor. I think I actually bought it on purpose at some point. Wanted to like try it out on my Jedi or something like that. Or maybe I got it for free, I can't remember. I honestly can't even remember how I got this. I don't know, to me it's kind of meh. But who knows, maybe somebody likes this style, I don't know. Yeah, that and... Yeah, there it is. Republic Squadron Commander Pilot Suit, Experimental, and the Imperial one. And Fireworks. So yeah, the first gameplay thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do some unlocking. Oh my god, what the... Oh, okay, okay, I was like, whoa, I won't have enough for that. Thank you, Confused Santa. Thanks again, like... Jesus. After I spend the credits, it's gonna be like, oh shit, what am I gonna do now? But it's gonna be well. Anyway, what did I want to say? If Milsey is still here, like the struggle was one, not much. Troopers running around with pistols. I think what I wanted to say regarding that is one of the coolest things that kinda, in my opinion, kept the game alive a lot in the recent years was the gameplay overhaul. What I mean by that is not being confined to your class subclass. Like if you're a warrior, you're not confined to being like only a Juggernaut and only a Marauder. You can be the other Sith type. So that really opened up a lot of different combinations. The only thing I kind of realized that kind of sucks is like, which I firsthand experienced, had I chosen Operative or Sniper, doesn't matter, and any of the Bounty Hunter classes, I would kind of have an issue with, you know, weapon switching, the armor type switching. You know, I had to get a new set of armor every time I change my subclass and that kind of. Even though I wouldn't do it often. Like right now, I'm gonna keep the Operative. You know, even when my sub runs out, because I want to have a stealth character. I like the gameplay, but yeah. So it kind of like, even playing as a Bounty Hunter, I'd kind of lean into, well, playing, you know, either Power Tech or Mercenary. The only exception would probably be maybe, I don't know, maybe not a stealth character, maybe a Sniper as a Bounty Hunter, and maybe what else? Sniper, Trooper, I mean Vanguard. So Sniper, Vanguard, maybe Smugglers, what's it called? Yeah, Gunslinger. The other one, I forgot. The one that has stealth, I forgot. Scoundrel, yeah. Wow, I'm pulling all of this info out of my head. I completely forgot about it all. Completely forgot about it all. You also didn't notice the second mount is snuck in. Wait a minute, what's second mount? Oh shit, what the fuck is this? Wow, what the fuck is this? Jesus. Oh my god. That's a pretty boy, isn't it? Damn. Okay, so I'd be able to play like a role play like some sort of Beastmaster or something. Damn. Source Cartel Market Gemini Pack. What the hell does Gemini Pack mean? Damn. Jesus Christ. But yeah, wait a minute, what is this? Where the hell is the mailbox? Oh, there it is, okay. Memories. Husband. Oh shit, it's the Voss chick. I try to remember your face and ivory, your portrait to hang in the tea house. You visit the 3 and brought our family honor. We held my father's funeral, the son burned. We only leaves to bury. My uncle loved him as a boy. Now I think you knew him best. Carry him with you. Carry him with you, if not your wife. Aww. Damn. I really like the messages the characters sent. It kind of, like nowadays, the closest thing would, for comparison, that I actually played would probably be like in Cyberpunk when people like the side characters send you SMS messages, like SMS. They send you messages after quests and whatever. Kind of gives off that vibe, but in SWTOR it kind of feels more like somebody sent you a letter, not so much a text message. Kind of feels like they sent a letter because it's kind of like intergalactic. Well, no, it's the same galaxy. Oops. It's like a super long distance message. So this is the cargo hold. Where's the? Is this the legacy? Wait a minute. Where's the legacy one? Oh. Oh shit! I forgot about this. See, I have a lot of these things, which I have no idea what I did back then. But I definitely did some stuff. And I have no idea if these things are even, like, worth anything. Influence. Bioanalysis. Skill augment. Wow, these are all old. You can tell that they're pretty outdated because level 52, and that's kind of like the very close to level cap when I played back then. Damn. As a new member of the guild, you currently don't have access to Guild Bank. This feature will unlock in 27 days. Okay, so you have to be like a month. Oh my god, look at this. This entire guild has almost as much credits as you do, Santa. Jesus Christ. Okay, oh, there you are. Yes. Wave. Nice. Keep you in view. Frickin' Santa. Santa Claus. Okay, so... Oh, Santa hugs you. Yes, very nice. Okay, so the first thing, as I said, immediately, Jesus Christ, 600k. Oh, 600k, just like that. Jeez. 1,200,000. Just like that. God. Even though it's not my money, it hurts. It's like, what the fuck, you know? Whoops. Wait a minute. Oh, no, the rocket... It's kind of interesting, like, the rocket boost doesn't scale. I assume because it's like... It has this cooldown that they have to make it like an ability. Let's see how... I mean... Well, I can't really... Yeah, it's true, you can't really tell... I mean, I can probably feel out that it's faster. I mean, it should be, it is. But yeah, it's true. Somebody said like until you compare it with somebody who's slower, you can't really see how faster it is. Get HK first. See, the thing is, actually no. Wait. Let me think about it. Well, actually, no. I am gonna, yeah, I'm gonna continue playing. Makes a lot more sense to play with this character than with the bounty hunter. Yeah, kind of. I'm thinking about like whether or not I should get HK for the second character, but I mean, given that it's, you know, I've done a lot of things on this one, might as well just, you know, continue like buffing him. So this is kind of like gonna be my, let's say, temporary main character, and then when I make the bounty hunter, then I'll kind of like, you know, maybe I'll kind of slightly no, I'll pretty much do the same thing. Yeah, I'm talking about like leveling the bounty hunter or whatever. Get HK first, yeah. Oh, nice, nice. You're still here, Melzith. Very nice. Just what you... just wait until you start working on 3400 gear. Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, the thing is, like, when it comes to... one of the main reasons why I wanted to, like, you know, come back and stream this game and whatever, is to go through the Imperial Ages story. That's one reason, and the other reason is kind of to, like, revisit the game overall, to see what's going on, what's new, what's old, and whatever. So, I'm not sure, but I'll kind of go, like, all in, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, getting the best gear and whatever. Especially if it's gonna be, like, very tedious. If it's not that tedious, if I don't have to, like, grind every single day and that kind of stuff, then sure. But, you know, if it's not, like, super important to have, like, the, you know, the best gear, then, I don't know. HK. Wait a minute, do I have any left? Yes, okay, oh. Okay. Damn, it all went by so fast. So okay, I mean, I could get HK. These things are not super important yet. Don't really care about Shriek. These things are, they could be useful. Well, these two, like the repair droid and the mail, those two would be useful. The fleet pass, the Capital World pass, Outlaws Den, nah. Fleet Vanguard, nah. These daily areas, maybe. I know that's a daily area, I remember that. Daily area, the laboratory stuff. Actually, I did play Oricon. And yeah, and Rishi is the one I didn't. So Rishi I didn't, Yavin 4 I didn't, and Odessen, yeah. But yeah, daily areas. I'm pretty interested to see how that's gonna flow. Is it gonna be like as, you know, pretty much the same as it was back then? Or if it's kinda quicker, less tedious? I mean, I'm a casual player, everything is tedious. Okay, so that's the character stuff. I would like to get this, but not via coins. I think if I actually reach Dark 5, I think I don't. I don't have Dark 5. No. On this character, probably not. Where is it? Ship unlocks, honestly, nah. You know, like, yeah, it's convenient to like, it's the quickest to just go to your ship and everything's there. But, once I go to the ship, I kind of have to, it's hard to go back, the same exit and whatever, same location. Strongholds, maybe someday, not really the highest prio. I'm really glad I unlocked all of these. That's really nice. And I'm really happy that there's 0 cooldown on all of these. Except, well, for the rocket boost. Random mount, okay. Improved mounting actually would be useful, but it's fucking expensive. It's too much. It's... Even if I did have 2 million, I don't know if I, like, I mean... Okay, and these companions... Probably not. I don't know, I'm not really... Even the companions that I do have, I'm not really invested that much into them, so... I don't know, we'll see. Maybe if one of these is funny or interesting or whatever... We'll do it. We'll go by gut. Okay, so... When it comes to perks... I mean, HK is very interesting. He's fun. He's funny. Looks cool and everything. Is an interesting character, but like 2 million, 1 million for him. So if I do get him for 1 million, what I have left for these? The problem time is 1 hour, and then it goes down but to 45 minutes. Okay, so 15-minute cooldown. Okay, I mean, not bad. I don't know what extensive means. Redeployment time is extensive. I don't know. GTN is tempting, but I'm not really using the GTN at all. Almost. It's fucking expensive, jeez. This is the kind of upgrade, or perk, whatever perk, that somebody who actually uses the GTN properly would get. You know, so somebody who like flips the prices and whatever. I actually tried doing that. This is actually the first game I actually tried doing the whole flipping thing and whatever. But I don't know, I was too lazy. Still kinda am when it comes to that. Selling, okay, crafting, conversations, paying gifts. Okay, like these things I would probably get like just by playing the game. Maybe like one daily run would probably like already complete this. Okay, so Confused Santa, you are nudging me towards getting HK, right? What is this? Oh, okay, it's a Sith armor. Okay, well, most importantly, I got these, so... Can't think of anything else that actually managed to... Oh, right, yeah. The thing that I wanted to mention, one of the things that I actually would like to get for the Imperial Agent, one of the things that I wanted to get, is the Imperial Trooper armor, but I think the Makeb one, because that's the one I actually can get. So where? But if I go to Makeb, it's gonna start the whole story thing. Huh. I don't know. Where do I even go from? Oh, right, I can just... Where is Makeb anyway? Oh, there it is. Beautiful, serene, abundant resources. Can I just travel? Huh, I can, okay. Nice. I read somewhere that you can't just, like, you can't just go to Makeb before level 50 something. Or 50, I don't know, 50 or 51. Makeb. Damn, haven't been here in ages. Reputation vendor.
The Minister of Logistics is making sure the war effort is well supplied.
It is, Makeb assault armor. Damn. Nice. Essential beasts. Primary deep red and secondary light gray. Huh. So it kind of goes along with the armor. Not this one. Okay. Core miner. What the hell is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the guy with the really, really big backpack with the armor. I don't know. I really would really like to get this. Is how much is it actually? So 25 plus 10 plus 20 plus another 10. 20 plus 25 plus another 25. Right? $135K. Okay. Not too bad. Preview all of it just to see. Not bad. The color is not bad at all, but why? Requires Artifice 420. Pfft. Requires Legend standing with the Macabre. Oh, okay. Oof. Oh, it's to craft it. Damn it! I thought you could just buy it and that's it. Now you have to craft it. Okay, but I don't know. I really like this one. I kind of prefer the black one better, more. But regardless, I like the almost looks like a stormtrooper. I mean, yes, technically I'm like an agent and whatever, but I don't know. I like the aesthetic. Macabre. Huh. Nice. Very nice. This game is a lot more fun if you look badass. Well, yes. That's kind of like how I played it in Guild Wars 2. The end game is basically dress up. It's not even the gameplay. It's just, you know, playing dress up. If you have awesome mounts or pets, also more fun. Yeah. Yeah, like I don't know. When it comes to like speeders specifically, like for me, I don't know. Probably my favorite speeders would actually be speeders. Maybe sometimes creatures, but like specifically, you know, something that actually is a speeder. I've never been a fan of like those, how would I call them? Even though I do have one in my collection, I don't. I can't equip it, but I do have it in my collection. Where is it? Show collected mounts. Mounts. Oh damn! Okay, I have a good amount collected. So here's the thing, like, I'm not a super big fan of this. Can I preview it? Like, yeah, it's fun. It's, you know, crazy, like, very, I don't know, interesting. But it's kind of too much. It's kind of overboard, you know. It's something like more of a joke or, you know, having fun, goofing around. But it, like, let's say more to the character or whatever, it would probably be something a little, let's say, it's a little less fun. Like, which one? Maybe this, you know, the one that kind of looks like a wasp, or this Rark Marathon, or this like red one, or maybe even this flamethrower. So even though I love the Destler, I love the Vectron droid sidecar, is kind of funny. But I don't know. Me personally, I like the let's say slightly more basic ones, but not completely basic ones. Like I don't like the cheapest ones, but I kind of like the middle ground ones. BRB gonna have to move my laptop. Will probably semi-pay attention because I might enter a food coma. Haha, food coma. Yes. But yeah, I mean, as I say all the time, like, you know, you do you, whatever you feel like doing, do it. Oh, my XP boost like slowly running out. That's the thing with like XP boosts. If you're not gonna do stuff, it's, you know, what the hell? Oops. I didn't want to click the select. But yeah. This one looks nice. Imperial Agent. I wonder... Whoops. I know, I'm just like trying to see... There's no unified color thing. That's what I was kind of looking for. I thought it would like, there was an option to like unify. Maybe it doesn't work like that, I don't know. Oops. I like what this armor is kind of like going for. It kind of goes for like well, it is a stalker, yes. It's somebody probably with a sniper or going in stealth. Basically Imperial Agent kind of gameplay. Not too much of a fan of the helmet. I mean, it's good, but this like eye part, it's kind of weird to me. I don't know. It's the mouthpiece is nice, but it's, I don't know. It looks great on this, in this kind of combination. But I'm kind of torn between that and literally like this one. Even though, yes, it's kind of like the basic trooper or whatever, but I don't know. I kind of like the... it really reminds me of like a Star Wars trooper. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I already have this one. So... I don't know. Maybe I'll... Actually, wait a minute. I can make an outfitter, right? I mean, I can use the outfitter.
For the Empire.
Huh. Oh, okay. So it's not... it's not expensive, but... Okay, so you have to buy them. And I assume they get more expensive the more you buy them. Pilot outfit. Okay, I'll... Problem with the trooper one is it doesn't fit with the agent or bounty hunter. Yes. No, I wasn't thinking about putting him on my bounty hunter. But... Like, I'm not... when it comes to the outfits... The actual story and the character doesn't really matter that much to me. You know, like the two being, you know, making sense. It's just kind of like the visuals and the gameplay, you know. So, like, I don't know if you remember what Obi-Wan looked like in the like animated series, the Clone Wars, the 2008 one. He kind of had this, like, he didn't have a robe, he had kind of like an armor. And at the time, when I played Jedi Knight, there wasn't such an armor, you know, so I was kind of like, if only I could, like, put this, you know, like, trooper armor on my Jedi Knight, you know, just to kind of fit that idea I was going for. But nowadays, you can do, you know, pretty much anything, any combination. So, yeah, that's kind of like my logic for, let's say, my Jedi Knight. I wanted to have, like, some sort of trooper-ish armor. Maybe without the backpack, just like the plated armor. But nowadays, there are armors that kind of have both. They have, like, the plates on, like, the chest and arms and whatever. And you have, like, the cape and robe and whatever. So, yeah. like on my if I had a Jedi Knight, it would probably have like, you know, like a battle armor kind of thing. If it was like a Jedi, you know, Jedi Consular, then it would probably be like a hooded Jedi, you know, using the Force a lot and that kind of thing. Ben Kenobi style. But my Jedi Knight would be, you know, Master Obi-Wan. Okay, so since I'm 51 and it doesn't really matter which story I'm doing, I'm kind of interested to see how much you get with the dailies. Oh shit, look at that. What the... Wait a minute, why is this red? Or maybe all of them are red. Maybe like past level 50 they're all red. Or maybe I need to be 55? Or 52, I don't know. Oh, damn. Oh, these are the dailies, okay. Makeb is level 55 or 60. I think the... Well, actually, let's see. I think it's 50 to 55. That's kind of the range. Yep. Yep, I remember correctly. It is. It's 50 to 55. I know that because it's the first expansion, and before the expansion, it was the cap was level 50. So the first expansion was like 5 levels, so it makes sense. Nice. But why are the dailies red? I have no idea. I don't know. What was something I wanted to actually check? Okay, so I got all of these. That's gonna be useful for more leveling. This is gonna be very useful. What else could immediately be useful? I don't know. I don't want to do an impulse purchase. I want to... I don't know if I should even like do Makeb now. So it's pushing me to do the Ilum. I can't remember if I have to do the flashpoint to like finish that sort of... that story. Yeah, that makes sense. I just never noticed because I'm always 70 at that point. Damn, that's... Damn. Well, I mean, my pace is kind of like... for my kind of pace, I'm doing pretty okay. Like, I was like over-leveled for the past few planets, so that was like pretty nice. Priority transport terminal, what is this? Oh, okay, I remember this. This is also that's one of the first convenient things they did. Section X, that's on Belsavis, Black Hole. And your ship, yeah. Oricon, yeah, 4. So these two I don't know what they're like, but Oricon I know, that's kind of like the lava-ish planet. Food coma time. Well, have a good food coma. Very nice. So 100k. 130 something k. Actually, wait a minute, let's first sell this stuff. This. Don't sell that. Sell that. And... Huh, 5k credits, interesting. Okay, Stalker's armor, nice. Ragebound monolith. Scarred Chemilizard. Nice. Wait, oops, no, don't wanna...
For the Empire.
Even though I think I can't sell them on the vendor anyway, even if I accidentally click, but... Some of the small rectal. So I can add it to my collection, right? Yeah. Majestic rectal. Aw. Cute. Okay, so scarred Camelizard. Nice. Adaptive gear vendor at Fleet has good stuff. Yes, yes, I did actually check that. And I think my favorite gear from that vendor is the Bounty Hunter gear. And technically I do have that, but I have it on a character that I'm probably gonna delete. I think, because I think probably gonna want to do the story like from the beginning. I have a bounty hunter who's like level 37, something like that. So I don't know. Kind of want, because I want to experience the story again, and I kind of have a feeling how to play now again. You know, it's most likely gonna go a bit quicker, but I'm still gonna want to, you know, watch the cutscenes and all that. Ragebound Monolith. But yeah, that specific bounty hunter armor looks cool and it's great. But I'm gonna have to think about it. I'm gonna have to see like which one probably, I don't know, fit me best personally. Stalker armor. What was that again? How does it look like? Stalker armor. Without the head as well. Yeah, it's full on like Imperial Agent. There's this one jetpack actually, wait a minute. No. Nah. I specifically want the bounty hunter to have a jetpack. And specifically the Beskar one, yeah. Doesn't matter if it's black or white. Jesus, I haven't even drank anything in a while. So Ragebound Monolith and the other one. So if I open this, okay, take all. So how do I add it to my? I want to put it in like the outfitter. Let's see, so it's 20k. Okay, sure, for test reasons, let's put it there. Gotta bind them all to you. Yes, that's that makes sense. So I just right click it. Nice. Ah, look at that. Outfit build cost. Wow, that's all. There's also a cost to like build an outfit. What the fuck? Pfft. But oops, what the hell? Okay, oops. Gotta do it again. Not sure if that's an intentional feature, but okay. Okay, so I can do that. Commit. So if I do that, I don't know if it's gonna disappear from here. Okay, well, I do have the money. Fallen items will be bound to you. Activate outfit on modification. So outfit all set pieces. Yes, so I'll name it Stalker. Stalker outfit. What? It outfit. Ah, okay. See, that's the stupid thing. Like, why is there a character limitation, or at least a longer one? Wow. Stalker. Fine. Then I'll do this because OCD reasons. Okay. So if I switch. Okay, switching is free. Thank God. Jesus. Okay, so my first outfit and my second outfit. Stalker. Oh, haha, look at that. Shit, how do I... I think I unbound it. Fuck, wait a minute. Anything. Just any... Well, not anything. Oh, there we go. Okay. I think I unbound the key where I can, like, pull out my gun. Damn, nice. One thing I'm kind of curious that it randomly popped into my mind. I can't remember if this subclass can actually take cover. I don't think so. I think only sniper can do that, yeah. Yeah, probably only sniper. What the hell? Oh shit, look at this. I didn't even realize this. So there's guild abilities. Professional training. Increase critical strike. Chance to drop a large satchel of crafting materials. Experience earned by all sources of... Wait a minute. What? Oh, it's passive. Okay. Okay. So this is the active one. Okay, okay, not super important right now. And one thing I want to do is I want to replace this with the random mount thing. There we go. So I'll kind of do that. Why not? Okay. So whatever comes first. Okay, it works. Okay, I just want to test it. Damn. Can't remember if I actually had a creature mount. Pets. Yeah, that's basically it. Property. Okay. So the latest ability that I have is Toxic Clean, but it's Toxic Scan, but... Wait, can I preview the ones that I don't have yet? No. That's probably this. Shit. Huh. I can't preview the ones that I don't have yet. It's a little weird, but okay. I don't know, man. I would really like to get this as well. Where is it? So it's 100 and something K. Okay. Sure. What do I do with this though? So I can use this as like a base. Actually, I can use this as well. I don't know, like, how can I mean, I don't want to, like, straight up delete it, even though I put it in my outfits. I don't know, like, I don't know how important it is for me to actually have this as an item. This. And this. Okay, down to 2 million. Oof.
For the Empire.
Let's build that outfit. Okay, so it's gradually increasing. Okay. So we'll have 3 outfits for now. Trooper. Sometimes I'll be a stalker, sometimes I'll be a trooper. If I fly, I'll be a pilot. But I have no idea why the helmet is gone. Like, what the hell? This is not the helmet. What the hell happened to the helmet? I can't remember. How did I even lose the helmet? I have no idea. Okay. This. Another 20, well, almost 30k. Jesus. Wow, it's been so long. Jesus. It's been so freaking long. So yeah, so I'm not even sure like what's the difference now between the two of these. Like when I can put mods in both of them. But I really don't know the... Oh shit, wait a minute, so maybe I can dispose of it safely. Where is it? Collections. So Stalker. Okay, so I can literally like just... Okay, so I can safely dispose of it. I think. I hope. Makes sense. That's the good thing about the cartel items. But... when it comes to these other ones, like this trooper one, can't do the same thing, sadly. So I kind of have to... Well, actually, you know what? I'll actually use this armor for the mods. Keep it nice OCD. Okay, so I guess I'll... oh, it's bound to legacy. Huh. Wait a minute, what about this? My XP boost is gonna run out. Stalker. Oh, I can't see it. Okay. It's fine. Gear. Okay, so past 50, you can put mods and stuff. Cool, okay. Wow, it feels so different. Like, the outfit makes it, like, completely different experience. Cam Artemis, okay. What else? Is there anything else? I keep going back to this menu. I kind of feel like I've... Okay, he's a million. Basically, per droid. Vendor services. Read upon time is 1 hour. I mean, this could be very useful. It's just 350k for it to be like... These two would be very useful. This one I can't even afford. So if I max out these two, it's gonna be 350. What? What the hell? So this one, what? This is 50, and then it goes down to 25. What? And then it stays 25. That's weird. I don't know if they made it intentionally like that. Weird. I don't know. Vendor services. Basic repair and vendor service. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be useful. It's gonna be useful when I'm like in the middle of... Then again, I can visit one kinda anytime. Guys, return from selling junk in 30 seconds, so that's kind of the alternative. Just for junk. The cool thing with HK, he has, I don't know if it matters actually nowadays, but he has like an ability to like insta-kill somebody. I don't know if that's possible still. But I do remember that he kind of slowly loads up and then psh, dead. I don't know, there's nothing else really to unlock besides these like character specific ones. I don't know. I think this one will be worth it. There's my... Okay. Mail droid as well. 25. So how long is this? Legacy? Deploy field mail. Deploy field repair. Okay. So I'm gonna put them like here. Whoops. Okay, so currently it's 60. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. Okay. Nice. Okay, 15-minute cooldown is completely fine. Way better than 1 hour. Jesus. Big spending. Let's see what it actually says. You may deploy a basic field repair droids, price basic repair and vendor services. Oh, so it's not just a cooldown. Interesting. GCM provides basic repair service, sells some consumable items, and can be deployed more often. Duration is increased by 1 minute, nice, and redeployment time is 15. Okay. And finally, this repair services sells crew skill and consumable items. Can be deployed more often, right? Yeah. Duration is increased by 1 minute, and the redeployment time is reduced by an additional 30 minutes. So both of them are... Huh, why does it take 6 seconds to activate the mail droid? That's weird. Okay, so... personal cargo hold, not a priority. Legacy, nope. So, someday the GTN... what's left? Capital World. I don't even know if we'll visit the Capital World in the expansion stories. The Outlaws Den. I think it's the Tatooine one. The PvP area-ish. Fleet Vanguard vessel. No, that's probably the... I don't know if that's the Starfighter one or something else. Black hole. The black hole one might be very useful for, yeah, the dailies. Well, yeah, basically all of these. But this one requires 55. Do dailies, credits, then flash points. So I'll push all of these down. No, wait. I'll put the skills over here. There we go. And I'll put like the extras on the left. Oh shit, look at this. Enhanced speeder boosters. Ah, but it's crazy. Your love is one in a million. Might be useful. I'm not gonna get these now because they're it's gonna take a while until I reach those. I guess. I think we're gonna go chronologically. I'm gonna go to Ilum. Well, actually, the fleet, yeah. But I'm really glad I got the outfits set up. Now I can switch between them anytime I want. That's nice. I have no idea what I'm gonna, when it comes to the outfits, what I'm gonna do for the bounty hunter. Your love is I'm also kind of thinking like, I don't know if I should like play through the entire story again for the bounty hunter, or should I just like continue from my old character? I don't know. Gonna have to think about that. Kind of leaning towards like making a new one, but maybe not. I don't know. Oh, these are the. Well, I don't know. Let's see what general chat says. New one for Corellia. Heroics. Who knows? Maybe somebody says yes. That's the Starfighter thing. Did I leave anything? Nah, but I'm gonna... Huh. I think I should like stack these and use them later. Just to free up my inventory. I'm not sure why I have a rifle. Sniper rifle. Probably leftover from the sniper. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna do it like this. Yeah. Actually. Oh, okay, that's not too expensive. So you can buy an additional one. I guess a lot of items pile up as the more you play. Okay, so I'm gonna use... Yeah, I'm just gonna put these... I think they're all gifts, yeah. Oops, no. Not that one. Okay. Gonna do the same thing with these, just gonna make it a little bit quicker. Oh, ah, son of a bitch. Put these way down. Okay, I'm gonna sell that rifle. Why can't I... Oh, the weekly cap, okay. Okay. Save this armor here. Your love is like this. Your love is perfect time to try out the deploy fuel repair droid. Let's see what he offers.
Inventory will meet your needs.
Oops. So he offers crafting material. Med packs. Let's see. Medicine. Does it even sort? No. Interesting. Will it sort by quality? Yeah. Sparkle powder, oh my god. So far I only see Warzone medpack and regular medpacks. But I do not see any stims. Maybe I'm blind. Yeah, I can't see no stims. Okay.
Thank you
well,
for your patronage.
At least we know. Oh, it looks like C-3PO. Interesting. Let's see what Guild Chat said. I don't know if the rewards get different later, but so far I like heroics for the requisition gear. I think there's a few badge points like Bloodhound that have a chance to drop a valuable decoration, but it's a gamble if they will, plus I don't know what the GTN is like at the moment. So left side hot dynamic encounters, there's 3 maybe that have a chance of dropping a Loth Kitten, which sells well if you get it. Interesting. Okay. Is there anything else I can add to my character? Tactical. I wonder what tactical is. No idea. Huh. Story arc, Ilum.
Agent, is that what I should call you? This is Moff Regas, head of Operation Dark Ice.
Okay.
I'm gathering the Empire's best and brightest to fire the final shot into the heart of the Republic. Your record is unimpeachable. Can we count on your support?
I don't know.
If this is going to be extracurricular, I'll require compensation.
The Empire always remembers its loyal servants. I'm sending the coordinates for the planet Ilum. Used to be a frozen wasteland only a few Jedi bothered with. But a few weeks ago, Imperial scientists discovered a way to turn Adegan lightsaber crystals into the most significant breakthrough in military technology since the hyperdrive.
Okay. Let me guess, these Adegan lightsaber crystals can only be found on Ilum.
Ilum is the biggest supply, and our scientists have had more success with Ilum's crystals than any other kind. The Empire won on Corellia, but it was costly. We're outnumbered, We need the technological edge. We need Ilum's crystals. But as usual, the Republic's intent on interfering.
I'll take care of the Republic. You focus on getting those crystals.
Then we have an arrangement. Ilum's a nasty place. Cold as Hoth, covered in ice and mountainous terrain. Makes moving large armies impossible. I hope to see you soon.
Should proceed to Ilum now. Priority mission, what is this?
Anyone seen the commander?
3 more stretchers to the ship! Come on!
What's going on?
81st Infantry. Just off Corellia. The war in the core worlds is over. We're pulling out.
What do you mean we're pulling out? When I left, Corellia was under control.
General Konya's decision. Darth Marr put her in charge. She's got some new strategy.
That's enough. Check your feet, get back to work.
Gotta open the window a bit.
Battalion Commander Marici. Sorry you heard the news like that after what you did on the front. With the problems in Hutt space and Denova, supply lines are stretched thin. There's no way to sustain the core offensive. But General Konya has a message for you.
That's no excuse
if
for
the General
failure.
surrenders as soon as she's low on supplies, why should I care what she has to say?
All I can tell you is that things are bad out there. We're not abandoning Corellia without one last victory. General Konya stayed behind with a task force for a suicide mission. If you or your forces can lend assistance, she asks that you come quickly, before your work on Corellia is undone.
Get out
See to your men before I lose my patience.
Yes, of course.
Okay, that's the black hole thing. Okay. I'll track these heroics for now. Shit. Follow Corellia, okay. Interesting. Yeah, so that's the priority mission thing. What's this? Oh, it's the gambling event. Oh my god. Jesus. Okay, at some point, but not yet. Narshta nightlife. So I wonder where the Macab one is. Huh, he has a jetpack. I think that's the jet, right? Maybe? Probably, I don't know. Who knows? Use the terminal on your ship. No, I know that I can do it that way. I just can't remember. Can't remember if it used to be like some sort of NPC, or if it's just like a mission that popped up. It probably actually is on just on the ship. That's probably how it used to be. Just don't go Fallen Empire till you're ready. No. The way I'm gonna do things, because I'm not max level. I'm gonna go, gradually through everything chronologically. So, actually, I can just yes. I'm gonna go through the story chronologically, so, first Ilum and then Macab and blah blah blah, and onward. The expansion I'm most interested right now is the Revan one. That's kind of the one I'm the most excited about, just to see what it's about and what it's like.
Looking fit and deadly, as always.
But yeah, first, to get some of these out of the way. Ship's Galaxy map to travel to Ilum. Your love is a one in a million. Report to Grand Moff Regus. It definitely feels different, like even these like Ilum missions and whatever. It kind of feels it feels slightly disconnected from the actual story. It's kind of interesting. The character story. It's very, how would I say, universal. It's not so much about the character. It's more about just, oh, you know, let's get anybody we can, and that's it.
Administering microdroid repairs.
Okay, let's see. Random mount. What will we get? Oh. Okay. So the way I'm gonna mount is I'm literally gonna use the random mount. So whatever I get, that's what I'll use. I think food coma is over. Security key. Oh, oops. Medical services. Food coma. Is food coma actually like when you overeat and then you become like tired and you sleep, or is it like, is it something else? I don't think I actually heard somebody like say it. Random only does your favorites. Huh, they're favorites. There are favorites. Okay, so it can either be favorite all or favorite none. Let's see what happens if it's none. Ah, you cannot summon a random mount without favoring a mount. Okay, favorite all. So I assume once I get more mounts, they'll already be favorited? Or maybe I have to favorite them manually? I don't know. Nice. Okay. Or to Grand Moff. I think Ilum is first, and then after that it's Fall of Corellia. I think it was like the first daily area. The hell am I doing? What the hell? Valentinus Obscurus. Does he have the helmet? No, it's not the one I think of. Ah, look at that. Yes, it's the... What's the outfit? The trooper. Yes. Sir, yes, sir. His shoulders look a bit different, though. Yeah, it's the shoulders and the chest piece. Ah, I kind of like that one a little bit better, but it's fine. Anyway. Outfitter, stalker. Let's stick to stalker a bit. It's an American thing. EU, don't eat too much. I don't know if I can say, but I guess I agree with you. I mean, if the memes are actually true. I think it doesn't apply to... Well, obviously it doesn't apply to all people, but like... I think it's here and there, you know. I don't think it's... I mean... I guess because it's such a big country and, you know, all kinds of different people and it's a first world country and whatever, so there's probably more variety. There's a bigger chance of being a lot of... there being a lot of, like... let's say obese people. But yeah. I think... I don't know if I should say poverty has a lot to do with it, but like, you know, I guess the more the country is, you know, closer to being like a first world country or actually is, there's a bigger chance there's gonna be more you know, overfed people, let's say. But, you know, it's a touchy subject. I don't really...
I see 3 flaws, Major. You've
have all
split
the info
forces.
and whatever.
You're vulnerable in the air, and you take our enemy for idiots. You think that Jedi isn't expecting this? Out!
Yes, sir.
Agent, the demise of Imperial intelligence notwithstanding, I look forward to seeing your best work.
Haha, the appetizers, yeah. Well, the only time in my life when I actually have like a multiple course meal is, I don't know, when I visit my parents nowadays, like on Sundays, because I live on my own, which is not a flex, it's just a fact. So on Sundays, like a 2-course meal, like soup as an appetizer and then something else, you know, and that's it. But like a 3 or 4-course meal, only maybe on some kind of family gathering, but even then it's like maybe max 3 courses, you know. And I don't count, no. Do I count dessert? If there's dessert. There usually is, you know, because it's like a family gathering. It's a nice thing to do, but yeah. But like a usual meal, everyday situation, no. Like today, I think I ate only twice. So, and because I work like an office-ish job, plus, well, nowadays with the streaming and everything, it's a lot of sitting. So I kind of gain more weight, sadly. But it's a fact, it is what it is. That's why I sometimes say, you know, mention physical activity, how it's important. Get to the point.
This chatter's all well and good, but you still haven't told me what I'm doing.
I like
here.
when he speaks, the armor actually changes the voice.
Imperial scientists can now transform these glitzy bits of rock into the most powerful stealth technology in the galaxy. We want every ship in the Imperial Armada fitted with this tech. An unstoppable stealth armada.
But yeah, I don't know. I'd much rather, you know, live in a first world country. I'd much rather have all these opportunities, whatever it is, you know, even food related. So, you know, I'd rather have the options, and then, you know, based on how strong I am in my mind or whatever, to like stop overeating or whatever, rather have that kind of deal instead of, you know, not having anything or barely having something. So what's the hitch?
I take it you've run into trouble, or you wouldn't have called me.
To succeed, we need 2 things. To control Ilum's crystal supply, and to bring our fleet safely to Ilum for modification. Ilum's no place for a war. Narrow passages, sharp jutting rocks, and the coldest wind you ever felt. But that Republic Admiral wants a war. He sent Jedi Master Jarek Kaidan to lead the Republic's elite alien armies on the ground. Kaidan's pinned us in.
If they want a war, we'll give it to them. How do you plan to counter Master Kaidan?
I plan to kill him. The Jedi think of Ilum as their planet. Only 2 of them were here when we arrived, but they have ruins scattered around the place. The ruins housing Master Kaidan's base are too small for anything but a strike team, and they're surrounded by cliffs full of Duras shock troopers.
So what's the plan?
You don't expect me to go on a suicide mission without a strategy.
Our only chance is to lure the Duras shock troopers into the open, where they're vulnerable. I've established fake supply depots between here and the ruins. Master Kaidan is over-aggressive. He's already mobilized the shock troopers to capture the depots, clean out the Duros at the supply depots, and then assault the ruins base.
Yeah, it feels like now when the class story is over, it definitely feels more, how would I say it? Not basic, but like, I don't know, homogenized, general, I don't know. has that kind of vibe. Not so much like personal, which is fine. It's just the way it is. It's gotta end at some point. Major Dermian. It's kind of sad how, like, well, obviously because the game is not as popular nowadays, but it's kind of sad that not a lot of, let's say, open world cooperation is happening. The only kind of open world cooperation I see nowadays is like toxic map chat, and that's it. And the occasional good guy who kind of tags along.
The Republicans are expanding their encampment, and it's agitating the Lisks. We need to get them both under control.
It's gonna be interesting seeing, let's say, this post-level 50 gameplay. More abilities, more choices, more credits. Hopefully I'll be strong enough. Strong enough. Ah, you piece of shit.
Acquire better targets. Always believe they
Okay.
can defeat me.
Not bad damage-wise. Hits pretty hard. Goes crazy. Every time any enemy sees me, they're like, go crazy. Shalalalala. Okay. Actually gonna change her. Wait a minute. B. There we go. I mean, I do have 1 million. Plus, you kind of nudged me into getting HK, so I don't know. Kind of starting to think he might be an interesting addition. Yeah, basically, all the important upgrades are gotten. These other ones are pretty kind of optional. I mean, these daily area teleports are gonna be unlocked. Well, first the black hole one, but I'll have enough creds. That's a good thing. Sure, let's get HK. Jesus Christ, 1 million purchase. It's like, even though technically it's not my money, it's like, Jesus. HK51 has joined you as a companion. Oh my god. Where is he? Please, HK, replace this woman and stand by me. It was good while it lasted with her, but it's time to get you on board. Shit. I keep forgetting that I'm a mostly melee class. God damn it. The only thing that kind of sucks is, even though I have the direct damage build, it kind of leans heavy into the whole poison thing, so it's kind of... I have a lot of poison abilities, so it's a little bit annoying. I mean, technically, yes, I'm not using this overload shot, which maybe is a bad thing.
The target has been obliterated. Ten meters. I always kind of felt like this shot was not as strong, but then again, if I'm that close, might as well use the melee, so I don't know. It's kind of how I feel at the moment. Deploy the turrets. Yeah, that would be That'd be a good idea. But before that... Where the hell... No. There we go. The finest and automated assassin... Oh, son of a bitch. You piece of shit. Come here. Die. One of the rare times I actually use this ability. Okay. Finally, let's do it. HK, where is he?
Survive. Enough.
Reactivation complete.
Ah, it's been a long time. Wow. It's been a fucking long time. Does he still have his one-shot ability? I really hope. Blast the target, calibrated shot. Terminate. He does. He does, but the thing that sucks is if I use him as a damage, I'm gonna have to heal myself. And it sucks that, like, you have to manually heal yourself. That kind of... Micro missiles.
You're already dead. Just lie down.
Okay, so it's no longer a one-shot. Oh no, wait a minute, Hunter Killer, maybe that's... Maybe that's it? I don't know. How he squeals in, like, pain. Oh shit. Yeah, it's definitely harder without healing. I don't know. Kind of feel better with healing. HK can still shoot him up. Come on, HK.
You're already dead. Just lie down.
Okay, Make him a heal. Screw it. You're already dead. Just lie down. Oh shit. Shit. Ooh, I might die. I might die.
You're already dead. Just lie down.
Stun him. Okay. A few Western Duros. Gonna hide this because I'm not going to Corellia yet. Of course, somebody showed up. That's expected. Defeat Western... Wait a minute. What? Oh shit, I'm at the wrong area. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I am a idiot. Wrong fucking area. Jesus Christ. HK-55 jetpack, that's funny. Huh. Can't do that anymore. Okay. I have that unlocked. That's the base camp, after all. Your love is a warning. Your love is a Mount Flourish. I wonder what How do you do the Mount Flourish? Control Z. I'm doing it? What? Shit, wait a minute. Huh. It's not working. Like, the... For some reason, some of the key binds are not working. I don't know why. I am very sure that I mapped them right. Expand a companion quick bar. Wait a minute, maybe... But why is it not working? I'm like literally pressing it. It's not working. Mount Flourish is also not working.
Code Red, we've been hit! Raise the shields and get this transport operational!
Control Z, let's put it to Control X, I don't know. What the hell is wrong with my camera? That's random shit going on. Maybe not all mounts have Mount Flourish? It's not fucking working, I don't know where I'm... what the hell? Let's put it back to Control Z. So this works.
Code Red, we've been hit! Raise the shields and get this transport operational!
It's not working. I don't know if it's just me. But apparently Mount Flourish does not work. Or maybe not all mounts have it, I don't know. What the hell? Bro. I remember all the voice lines. Very nice. Ah, you son of a bitch. Jesus. Fuck. I'm starting to lose my focus. Well, it has been 6 hours, Jesus. It's been 6 hours plus I kind of have to get up early. We'll see how much longer I'll be here. Okay, good thing we're doing the freaking objectives now. I was the completely wrong area last time. God damn. Whoops. Son of a bitch. Ah, come on, attack. But like nearest target thing doesn't work all the time. I don't know why. Damn, they're going crazy on HK. Come on. It's a lot of enemies, jeez. Ah, wrong enemy. Ah. Wrong enemy again, what the fuck?
Hot efficiency.
Yes. Okay. Okay, one more. And 2 more turrets. Oh. Is it a bounty hunter? Probably. Yep. What is he playing as? Commando. Interesting. Your love is mine. Okay. Ah, shit. Fail. Partial success. Okay, convenient. There we go. Infiltrate Master Keevan's camp. Why doesn't Mount Flourish work? That's so weird. I thought like the creature, if you do Mount Flourish, he was gonna like stand up and roar or something like that. That's what I would expect. Maybe it's something else, or maybe he doesn't even have anything. I have no idea. Because Mount Flourish did not exist when I played. I wonder if there's any... Nah. Son of a bitch. Nice. Jedi. Nice. Your love is one. Defeat Jedi forces, okay. So only Jedi. Jedi.
Running only delays the inevitable.
Be funny. Why do I still have that Electronet thing? Or maybe it's to capture the Jedi? The Master Jedi? Okay, let's deal one at a time. They're not that tough, but still. Okay. You may not hear. You throw me, I shoot you. Jedi. Nice. I love stunning them. I also love running fast, but then again, I don't know. Both are very good options. And I love that. I love it when skill trees actually make it very hard for you to choose, because it's like, both are great. Or, well, all 3 options are great. It's not the case for every option, but yeah, sometimes when it does happen, it's nice. Master Keevan's camp. Deactivate the force field. But first I have to kill you. Okay, do not wake up yet. Really glad that I actually deal a little bit of extra poison damage with my, like, Backstab.
Is there trouble, Master Caden?
No, Admiral. My guests have simply arrived sooner than expected. Rest assured this war can only end one way.
You know your options, Master Caden. Surrender. Save a life.
I
Sounds
oppose
a little
the
bit like a
Treaty of
droid, man.
Coruscant. Why should I surrender now, when circumstances are looking much brighter?
You are on Jedi land, and I'm only going to ask once for you to leave.
If you thought you could win, you would have attacked by now.
A Jedi must seek the path of peace first.
The crystals your Empire hopes to turn into a weapon of mass murder are visible signs of an invisible truth. The Force. A Jedi does not kill until forced. I would sooner kill every Imperial on Ilum than allow these crystals to be desecrated.
Then you'll die for something you believe in.
One with the Force, I will be even stronger.
He's like, cut the crap.
Troopers, join me for the Republic.
Oh, okay, the terrain generator, that's nice. Oh, look at HK, yes. At least he's there, he's not invisible like Scorpio. Nice, I love it when I manage to go into stealth just before the fight starts.
Already dead. Just find out.
Okay, a little bit of poison, why not more? Stabby, stab, stab. Whoops. The fuck? Oh. Just run around. Me running around like, can't catch me. Can't catch me. Speak to Grand Moff Regis. Regis. Okay. Huh, it's not that expensive. Then again, I'm not that far away. I think. Your love. Regis. Oh, I hate these realistic elevators because it's like takes so long. Just let me TP, goddammit. Can't remember what happens if you like get squished by the elevator. Do you just like clip through it, or it actually kills you? Might try someday. I think I tried before, but I forgot. Your love. Moff Regis.
This is a military matter, Malgus.
You appeal
Look
to
how
the
they're
Dark
lined up, it's
Council
funny.
for help. Here I am.
There he is. That's where his like arc starts, I guess. I finished the mission.
Master Caden is dead.
See, Malgus, we have everything under control.
Members of the Dark Council are not convinced. Darth Malgus, I'll just be observing for the time being.
Observing, hmm? Before his death, Master Caden ordered an army of Kaleesh mercenaries to take our only functioning crystal mine. We need the crystals. We need that mine. I want the Republic's
Mine?
Kaleesh army destroyed. Show the galaxy the price of allying with the
Show
Republic.
no mercy.
I'm going to need a really big bomb. Can't take down an entire army by hand.
It's a point. Your plan hardly seems efficient. The victory on Corellia cost us nearly 1/10 of our forces. That's hardly a rate of attrition we can support, is it?
Does this have something to do with the mission, Malgus?
The Kaleesh are warlike, ritualistic people. In my brief time on Kali, I observed the ritual by which they chose their war leader. Challenge their general. Win their respect, and they will defend that mine to the death. For the Empire.
Aliens. You want us to recruit aliens?
Duh.
I didn't realize a battle on Corellia was so costly.
New planet, new contest. We can't fear the past. The mine is at the end of a crystal cave, with several Republic outposts guarding it. Sure, challenge the Kalish General, then bring me his head.
Situation on the ground may make one or both options untenable.
I will not trust the Empire to mercenary freaks.
If we don't bolster our forces, there will be no future for the Empire. Go to the mine, gather the weapons of the Kalish warriors, and plant them in the ice to initiate the rite of challenge.
$200k XP, Jesus. Yeah, it's definitely gonna level me up. 52. Didn't get a new ability. Stims vendor.
Your money's always good here.
Yeah, why not?
Come again.
Come again. Your love. Power droid. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh, wait a minute, what the hell is this ability? Is that my ability, or is it like a... I doubt it's my ability. Electronet, that's more of a bounty hunter thing. Yeah, it's definitely not mine. It's gotta be like a class thing. Or a quest thing. Well, I don't know. It's definitely something. Meant for something. Okay. So closest would be that one. I think. I think. Your love. 120. Okay, let's see how fast these mounts go now. Kinda does feel faster. It's really hard to tell. It's such a small percentage, but...
Republic forces are trying to mobilize the Tals to cut us off from HQ. We need to strike before they do.
I mean, I can totally do this. I don't know. Let's do the story first. But yeah, I'm like fucking happy to... It's still kind of unreal, like what just happened. When it comes to Santa giving me like freaking millions of credits. But yeah, it helped out tremendously. Like I finally... The journey is gonna be a bit easier. Obtain a Kalish rifle, a Kalish blast, Kalish. Ah, look at that. Aw. It's just like mirror images of the emotes. Yola. Kalish. Oh yeah, that's the General Grievous species. Love those lines. Ah, son of a bitch. Even when I turn him around, doesn't help. Piece of shit. Okay. Funny. Vegan. Vegan. You shall not do that. Shit.
Reloading. Ready.
Oh shit, okay, wow. Pretty tough. Oh shit. Damn, that was tough. Oh, of course it was tough, because fucking HK was still in stealth. What the fuck? What? No wonder it was tough. I just kept dying. Oh my god, HK, what the fuck? Jesus. Jesus, man. Get it together, man. Okay. Electro staff, I guess.
Increasing combat efficiency.
There we go. Now it's a bit easier. Nice. Your love is okay.
Increasing combat efficiency.
Nice. Ah, oh, come on. Hey, yeah.
Running only delays the inevitable.
Defeat Kalish troops. Sure. Okay. Nice. What the hell was that? Okay.
I am.
What are the Galrix?
My name won't do you any good when you're dead.
What do you want with the people of Kali?
Kali. Negotiator attack. I don't
The
know.
Empire wants you to join them and fight for them.
You have defeated my warriors. You are strong. You have issued the challenge. You are knowledgeable. But the Republic pays us well and offers us a place among their people.
The Empire are better warriors than the Republic will ever be.
If it's so, then prove it. The challenge must be honored.
Okay. Kill them all.
Increasing combat efficiency.
I bow to you, war leader of the Kalish. This army is the Empire's to command.
That was easy. Okay. Shit. Ah, again, it's not there. Blech. Your love. Whee!
Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?
I'm doing what I was sent to do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other matters to attend to.
And you? I did not request your help so that you could bring aliens into the Empire.
I did what was needed to strengthen the Empire.
The mine's been reclaimed. We can resume our crystal operations. Our best recon teams are scouting the Republic base for an attack. But in the meantime, we need to prepare for the arrival of the prototype fleet.
What's the assignment?
We need the fleet in place on the surface. Everything we need to build the stealth armada is on that fleet. But the Republic's anti-aircraft artillery installation controls the skies. Anything that flies too low gets shot down. The Republic's artillery base is protected by a ray shield and the Republic's best alien forces. Delta Squad will disable the ray shield, while you storm the base and destroy the guns.
Sabotage is a specialty of mine.
That's what I'm counting on. Your expertise versus the Republic's numbers. We want to time the attack so you can strike the instant the ray shield goes down, before the Republic can scramble reinforcements. Get into position at the comm relay just outside the artillery base. Contact Delta Squad when you're ready, and they'll bring the ray shield down. After that, it's up to you. Destroy those guns and get out of there. alive.
Okay. Contact Delta Squad. Sure.
Ambush! It was a trap. The Republic were waiting for us at the shield generators. We're under heavy fire. I don't know how long we can...
Did you hear that? Somebody's played us for fools. The Republic artillery base is protected by a huge ray shield. We can't destroy the anti-air guns until that ray shield is down. Looks like you have a new mission. Destroy the shield generators, and then attack the Republic artillery base and take out the guns.
Shield generators, then guns. Got it.
Good. We can't do anything with that ray shield up. Contact me at the Republic base once both the shield generators and the guns are destroyed. My men will move in and clean up.
Okay. Where to? Taz. Well, I'm glad I could do that. Where the hell is... Really glad I can do that. That's awesome. Where's the other one? Where the hell is HK? Oh, there he is. Where the hell's my boy? Hope I'm going the right way. Shit, I really hope I'm going the right way. Probably not. Go back on the main road, I think. Yeah. I thought correct. Ah, shit.
Your threat is hereby terminated.
Okay, and then I escape like this. 15 forces. Okay, sure, why not?
Nice. Second out.
Running only delays the inevitable.
Okay. Three more. Where the hell is the third one? Oh. Will more guys show up? Hope so. Yep. Nice. Oh, one more. Ah. Where's Casino Chip?
Eat pot efficiency.
Okay. There we go. Contact Grand Moff. Where? Oh. At that conveniently placed Republic Hall terminal.
The guns are destroyed.
We're slicing the Republic's computers now. Let's see what they're doing out there in the cold.
Ah, Master Caden's killer. He was a good man, and will be sorely missed. But killing one great man is never enough. The Republic has always thrived on the effort of its united citizens. Lieutenant, input the coordinates of the Imperial base into the ELX-25 and fire when ready. Give my regards to Moff Regis.
Blast! The ELX-25 was only supposed to be in planning stages. If it's operational, it could obliterate our base with a single shot.
You sound a little scared.
We have to improvise. Based on estimates of the ELX-25's range and the origin of the Admiral's transmission, it should be at these coordinates. We have limited time, and you're closest. Destroy that weapon.
I hope the Admiral's still around when I get there.
Me too. The Republic will answer for this. Destroy the ELX-25, or we'll have no choice but to retreat from Ilum.
Okay, hope it's close. Shit, where is it? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. No. Whoa. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? Shit, am I in the right place? What? Oh. Moving elevator. I remember these. Very annoying. Can be very nice.
Next target, please.
Next target, please. Dudos. Your love is do this. Probably gonna get caught, but
Reloading. Ready.
come on.
Charge protocol activated.
Not eligible. What? Son of a bitch. They're all just like walking around. Okay. Nice. Return to Grand Moff. Nobody attacks me. Shit, no! So close. Fuck. Flashpoint to false control.
You want to be on top, gonna need the skills. Come back, you might learn something.
Yeah, that's how it used to be. Lord Tetsu.
How did the Republic learn of our plans?
All the more reason the Empire needs to reimagine itself for the changing times.
Once we build a stealth armada, we won't need change.
What's the use of a stealth armada if the Republic's spies can learn its location?
Imperial intelligence is not my problem. I'm here to win Ilum.
I'm curious how you plan to do that.
The Republic's base is built into a cliffside. The main fleet is going to batter the exposed side to oblivion. The objective is to claim the Republic crystal supplies, kill Admiral Shai, and open the docking bay door so Imperial forces can clean up. You'll be entering through this tunnel and hitting deep within the mountain, where the fleet can't reach.
And while you and the main fleet give the Republic a beating, I'll prep the Crystal Fleet for the transfer of the Republic's crystals.
A two-pronged attack. Are you on board?
I came to Ilum to win this war. I'm not going to quit now.
If you're ready, Darth Malgus.
The Dark Council has placed me at your command.
Then let's start the attack. Good luck.
Okay. Nice. Very nice. I assume nothing new happens before 60? Yeah. Okay, mobility. Backstab it. Acid blade. No, okay. Okay. Okay, let's see, where's the... Is there a canteen? Ah, shit. There it is. Cantina. Okay. Rest zone. It's... Oh, I have to get up early. Keep forgetting that. Okay. I'm really happy that I completed the class story. So it will basically be like... Well... the end of the playthrough. As in on the VODs on YouTube. I'll upload this entire one. And after that, I mean, I'm just gonna continue playing. I don't know if I'll record, keep the VODs from now on. But I'll see. I don't know. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'll figure it out. But anyway, it was fun. Like a lot of shocking moments. But yeah, it was fun. It was cool. I can't wait to continue. Hopefully tomorrow. And yeah, I'm dreading that I have to get up early, but it is what it is. Gotta do that. Sometimes. So yeah, it's very fun. I'm in a rest zone. That's important. And where is it? Change the scene. Okay, yeah. So. Thank you, everybody who has stuck around, who's been watching, who's been here. Good to see some new faces and some familiar faces, and I bid you a